It began with a legend whispered across muddy crossroads and frozen command posts, stories of a commander who seemed to appear anywhere on the battlefield, moving faster than radios could report, always at the point of danger, always at the very front. Soldiers spoke of him with a mix of awe and disbelief, as if he were some impossible creature born out of gunfire and adrenaline. His name was Kurt Meyer. To the Allied intelligence officers trying to track him, he was a ghost in black uniform. To the young SS soldiers who followed him, he was an idol. To history, he remains a symbol of the terrifying intersection between brilliance and fanaticism, a gifted commander who rose to become the youngest SS general of World War II, and a man whose battlefield charisma led thousands into battles from which many would never return. This is the entire story of Kurt Meyer, the meteoric rise of the golden boy of the Waffen-SS, the youngest general of Hitler's elite, and the shadow his legacy left on the world he helped burn. Kurt Meyer did not begin as a fanatic. He began as a young man searching for belonging in a broken country. He grew up in post-World War I Germany, where humiliation and economic chaos had shattered the identities of a generation. Boys who should have dreamed of careers or families instead dreamed of marching columns, uniforms, and someone to follow. Meyer found the answer not in school, not in family, but in the new political militias rising on the streets. The SS promised purpose. It promised glory. It promised that Germany would never kneel again. In Meyer, they found someone who matched their hunger with intensity. He rose quickly, not through ideology, but through audacity. His transformation began inside the reconnaissance units of the Waffen-SS, the fast, mobile spearheads that lived closer to danger than any other soldiers. Meyer became known for leading from inside armored cars or on motorcycles, charging ahead of his own lines, sometimes vanishing into the smoke, then reappearing with prisoners' maps and intelligence scraped together under fire. His men called him Panzermeyer, not because he commanded tanks, but because he acted like one. Forward motion, no hesitation, no fear. Then came the Eastern Front, the crucible that burned away doubt and morality alike. Meyer's unit was thrown into the invasion of the Soviet Union, a campaign where the rules of war did not exist. He executed lightning raids, smashed through defensive lines, and seized bridges seconds before they could be blown. Reports of Meyer's actions reached Heinrich Himmler. Then Hitler. Promotions followed. Each step up the ladder rewarded not just skill, but loyalty. Loyalty to the cause, to the ideology, to the fantasy of a new German empire. Meyer did not question, he simply advanced. But with each advance, the shadow grew. Behind the fast-moving columns of reconnaissance vehicles lay villages left in smoke, prisoners executed under the vague label of partisans, civilians who vanished into ditches. Meyer became a symbol of the Waffen-SS ideal, fearless, decisive, ruthless. The rapid rise continued. In 1944, at only 33 years old, Meyer was placed in command of the 12th SS Panzer Division, Hitlerjugend, a unit composed not of seasoned soldiers, but of teenage boys, 17 and 18-year-olds, raised by propaganda, taught to worship death as loyalty, trained to believe surrender was worse than failure. Meyer became their god. When the Allies landed in Normandy, these boys were thrown straight into the fire. For Meyer, this was the fulfillment of everything he had built: speed, aggression, obedience. The fields and hedgerows around Caen became the testing grounds. Under Meyer's direction, the Hitlerjugend division counterattacked relentlessly. They struck at Canadian and British units with a fury that stunned even experienced commanders. They fought without fear. They died without hesitation. They bled for Meyer, and then came the war crime that would define his legacy. In June 1944, Canadian prisoners captured by units under Meyer's control were executed. Men who had surrendered, hands up, unarmed, were shot in groups and left in fields. Some were murdered near the Abbaye de Ardenne, an old stone monastery. After the war, survivors returned and pointed to the very courtyard where their comrades fell. Multiple testimonies traced responsibility back to Meyer's chain of command, whether he gave the explicit order or whether the culture of fanatical aggression he created simply made the killings inevitable. The truth remains that his doctrine of no hesitation, no mercy, became a language spoken by those beneath him. In battle, Meyer was brilliant, but brilliance without conscience is a weapon. The rest of the war was defined by retreat. In the chaos of the Ardennes offensive, Hitler's final gamble, Meyer led one of the battered SS panzer formations fighting through snow and fire. After the offensive collapsed, he withdrew what remained of his troops toward Germany, not in victory, but in survival. In May 1945, he surrendered to Allied forces. Then came the reckoning. At his war crimes trial in Canada, Meyer defended himself as a soldier, claiming he had no knowledge of the executions. The court disagreed. He was sentenced to death, later commuted to life in prison. Behind bars, Meyer reinvented himself. He wrote memoirs. He shaped the narrative. He portrayed the Waffen-SS as purely military, a brotherhood of warriors rather than an organization intertwined with genocide. Veterans groups praised him. Historians challenged him. The shadow of the crimes remained. Kurt Meyer died in 1961, celebrated by some, condemned by many, remembered by history as a man whose talent became a weapon in the hands of a monstrous ideology. His story is not about greatness. It is about how charisma, skill, and ambition can be twisted until moral judgment dissolves into obedience. Tonight, we step into that world, into the smoke, into the shouting and the fire, into the place where courage and fanaticism became indistinguishable. This is the entire story of Kurt Meyer, battlefield genius, youngest SS general, leader of boys, and a reminder that talent without humanity becomes history's darkest blade. Before we begin, tell me, where in the world are you tuning in from? And what time is it for you tonight? Are you somewhere calm and safe, far from the thunder of artillery, or can you almost feel history stirring around you as the past opens its eyes? Wherever you are, take a deep breath, settle in, and let me know. I'd love to hear where in time and place you're joining us from tonight. June 7, 1944. The Norman village of Orthy, just 8 kilometers inland from Juno Beach. Canadian soldiers from the North Nova Scotia Highlanders moved cautiously through empty streets, their boots crunching on broken glass and scattered roof tiles. They'd landed yesterday, fought through the Atlantic Wall, pushed inland faster than anyone expected. Now they owned this village, or thought they did. Then the silence shattered. Panzer rounds screamed from hidden positions. Machine gun fire erupted from stone farmhouses that seemed abandoned moments before. Within 20 minutes, half the Canadian company was dead or captured, and the survivors were running back toward the beach they'd left behind in triumph just hours earlier. Behind the attack was a commander the Canadians didn't know existed. Allied intelligence had predicted aging Wehrmacht generals defending Normandy, tired veterans managing exhausted divisions. Instead, they faced something entirely different. An SS officer who moved his battle groups like chess pieces, who appeared simultaneously at multiple points along the front, whose tactical radio calls were intercepted constantly, but whose identity remained a cipher. The code name appeared in decrypted German communications again and again, Panzermeyer. The name itself sounded more like mythology than military designation. British intelligence officers stared at intercepts, trying to understand who this phantom was and why German troops responded to his orders with something approaching reverence. The confusion deepened as prisoners were interrogated. Captured German soldiers, most impossibly young, spoke of their commander with an intensity that unnerved Allied questioners. These weren't the demoralized conscripts intelligence had promised. They were teenagers who'd been in combat less than 48 hours, but fought with veteran-level coordination. When asked about their leadership, they didn't speak in the defeated monotone of beaten soldiers. They described a general who led from the front, who knew each battalion commander by name, who appeared in forward positions when logic said he should be safely behind the lines. One 18-year-old prisoner, wounded in both legs, refused medical attention until he'd delivered a message about enemy positions to Canadian intelligence officers. Panzermeyer taught us, "Duty comes before comfort," he said, in careful English before passing out from blood loss. Canadian Divisional Headquarters tried to build a profile. Initial estimates placed the German commander's age between 45 and 50, a seasoned Eastern Front veteran managing one of the expected defensive formations. The tactical sophistication suggested decades of experience, perhaps service in the First World War, followed by steady advancement through Wehrmacht ranks. But fragments of intercepted communications contradicted this assessment. References to the youngest appeared in German radio traffic, mentions of someone who'd earned his Knight's Cross before turning 30. Intelligence analysts dismissed these intercepts as either errors or German propaganda designed to boost morale. No one that young could possibly command an armored division in combat. It defied every conventional assumption about military hierarchy and experience. The truth was more disturbing than Allied planners imagined. The 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend had arrived in Normandy 6 weeks before D-Day. Its soldiers averaged 18 years old, drawn entirely from boys born in 1926. They'd volunteered in 1943, trained for 6 months in Belgium, and received the newest equipment in German arsenals. Panther tanks with 75mm guns, MG-42 machine guns firing 1,200 rounds per minute, Panzerfaust anti-tank weapons. On paper, fielding teenage soldiers against battle-hardened Allied veterans seemed desperate, perhaps suicidal. In practice, these teenagers held the Canadian 3rd Division to a standstill. They launched immediate counterattacks against every Allied penetration. They defended with a coordination that shouldn't have been possible for troops in their first combat operation. The sector commander was indeed named Meyer, and he was indeed young by general officer standards. Kurt Meyer had turned 33 years old just 6 months earlier. He'd joined the SS in 1930, when the organization was more paramilitary street gang than military elite. He'd earned his Knight's Cross at 29 in France, added the Oak Leaves at 32 on the Eastern Front, and now commanded 20,000 teenagers against 3 Allied divisions. His youth wasn't a propaganda fiction, it was a weapon. He understood these boys because he wasn't much older. He'd trained them personally, sleeping in the same barracks, eating the same rations, demonstrating every tactic he expected them to execute. When they went into combat, they weren't following some distant authority figure. They were following someone who felt like an older brother leading them into battle. The tactical situation around Caen revealed Meyer's approach to mobile defense. Rather than constructing static fortifications and waiting to be overrun, he positioned his troops in depth, with forward observers hidden in villages and heavy armor concentrated in reverse slope positions. When Canadians advanced, they walked into kill zones covered by interlocking fields of fire. When they broke through initial defensive lines, they encountered immediate armored counterattacks that drove them back before they could consolidate gains. Meyer's command post moved constantly, sometimes 3 times in a single day, making him impossible for Allied artillery spotters to target. Radio intercepts showed him coordinating battalion-level actions personally, bypassing intermediate command layers to maintain operational tempo. It was exhausting, probably unsustainable, but brutally effective in the campaign's opening weeks. But effectiveness came with a darker pattern. Canadian intelligence officers investigating captured positions found something that transformed the tactical challenge into a war crimes investigation. Behind the German lines, in farm fields and village gardens, they discovered hastily concealed graves, bodies of Canadian soldiers, hands bound with wire, single gunshot wounds to the head. Survivors from overrun positions described seeing their comrades marched away after surrendering, hearing shots moments later. The murders weren't random battlefield chaos. They followed a pattern, concentrated in specific sectors, occurring in the immediate aftermath of combat, when German troops should have been securing prisoners for intelligence interrogation. Someone had created an environment where executing surrendered enemies seemed acceptable, even encouraged. The killing ground centered on Ardenne Abbey, a medieval monastery that Meyer had commandeered as his headquarters. The abbey sat on high ground overlooking the invasion beaches, its stone walls providing protection from Allied naval gunfire. In the abbey gardens, Canadian investigators would eventually document the murders of at least 20 Canadian prisoners in the first 48 hours of combat. The execution sites were within 200 meters of Meyer's command post. The timing coincided with his unit's counterattacks. The victims came from battles his regiment had fought personally. Either Meyer knew and approved, or he commanded an organization so thoroughly out of control that mass murder occurred meters from his desk without his knowledge. Neither explanation was acceptable. Both made him legally responsible. Allied intelligence struggled to reconcile the contradictions. How could the same commander who demonstrated tactical brilliance also preside over systematic atrocities? How could a division that fought with professional effectiveness simultaneously engage in war crimes? The conventional wisdom held that elite troops maintained discipline, that only demoralized or poorly led units committed atrocities. Hitlerjugend shattered that assumption. They fought better than almost any German division in Normandy. They also murdered prisoners with methodical regularity. The two patterns seemed incompatible, but occurred simultaneously, often within the same actions. A company would execute a textbook ambush, destroying Allied armor with precise coordination, then march prisoners behind the lines and shoot them. The psychological profile became clearer as more intelligence accumulated. Meyer commanded through personal magnetism, combined with ideological indoctrination. He'd spent months training these teenagers, not just in tactics but in worldview. The enemy weren't simply opposing soldiers. They were racial and political threats to Germany's existence. Combat wasn't a professional activity governed by conventions. It was an existential struggle where mercy meant weakness. Meyer didn't need to issue explicit orders to execute prisoners. He'd created a culture where such actions felt natural, perhaps even commendable. The 18-year-olds who pulled the triggers believed they were demonstrating toughness, proving themselves worthy of their general's approval. The Canadian 3rd Division paid heavily for Meyer's defensive skill. In the first month of the Normandy campaign, they suffered 2,831 casualties, with entire companies effectively destroyed in single engagements. The advance that should have captured Caen on D-Day stalled completely. Meyer's battle group, outnumbered 3-1, and lacking air support, held strategic positions that Allied planners had expected to take in hours. Every kilometer cost blood. Every village required house-to-house fighting. The teenage soldiers who days earlier had never experienced combat now defended with veteran stubbornness, extracting maximum casualties for every meter of ground yielded. They believed in their commander, and that belief translated into tactical cohesion that conventional military wisdom said shouldn't exist in green troops. British intelligence finally obtained a photograph in mid-June. The image showed a young-looking officer in SS uniform, hatless, conferring with subordinates near a disabled Panther tank. The officer's features contradicted every assumption: clean-shaven face, no stress lines suggesting middle age, posture radiating confidence rather than exhaustion. Analysts cross-referenced the image with pre-war SS personnel files. Kurt Meyer, born December 23, 1910, in Jerxheim, Lower Saxony, joined the SS in 1930, at age 19. Served in reconnaissance units through Poland, France, Balkans, and Russia. Promoted rapidly, decorated extensively, and now commanding a division, at an age when most officers were still leading companies. The photograph circulated through Allied headquarters with a handwritten note: "This is what we're fighting." Not an aging Wehrmacht dinosaur, but a young fanatic leading younger fanatics. The legend of Panzermeyer grew throughout June. Canadian soldiers spreading rumors about a commander who seemed to be everywhere simultaneously, who appeared in forward positions during attacks, whose troops fought with suicidal determination. The mythology obscured the man, but the impact was undeniable. Meyer's presence changed the battlefield. When he commanded a sector, German resistance stiffened. When he launched counterattacks, they came faster and harder than Allied troops expected. His radio calls, when intercepted and translated, revealed someone thinking several moves ahead, positioning reserves before Allied attacks developed, exploiting every gap in Allied lines. He fought like someone who understood time was running out, that Germany was losing, but refused to make it easy for his enemies. Behind Meyer's tactical success lay a truth Allied intelligence was only beginning to understand. This wasn't simply a talented commander defending ground. This was someone who'd spent 14 years preparing for exactly this moment. Meyer had joined the SS when it numbered in the thousands, not millions. He'd been selected, trained, and indoctrinated during the movement's formative years. Every campaign since Poland had reinforced his tactical instincts, while normalizing escalating brutality. By June 1944, he commanded with absolute confidence because he'd done it before, in Poland, France, Balkans, Russia, each time against supposedly superior enemies, each time proving that aggression and fanaticism could overcome numerical disadvantage. Normandy was simply the latest test, and his teenage soldiers were passing it. The question hanging over Allied headquarters throughout June 1944 was simple but profound. Who was Kurt Meyer really? The document said SS General, youngest division commander in German armed forces. The battlefield said tactical genius. The execution site said war criminal. Somehow he was all three simultaneously. A contradiction Allied officers couldn't resolve. They needed to defeat him militarily while preparing to prosecute him legally. They needed to acknowledge his skill while condemning his crimes. Most urgently, they needed to break through his defensive line before more Canadian soldiers disappeared into shallow graves behind German positions. The Phantom of Normandy was very real, very young, very dangerous, and very much in their way. December 23, 1910. A child was born in Jerxheim, a village of fewer than 1,000 people in Lower Saxony, as Kaiser Wilhelm's Germany approached its zenith. The boy's parents named him Kurt, a common German name meaning bold or brave. His father worked in agriculture, neither wealthy nor impoverished, situated in Germany's vast working class that would define the coming century's political upheavals. Nothing about Kurt Meyer's birth suggested destiny. He arrived into a world of rigid class hierarchies, where working-class boys became workers, where advancement required connections his family didn't possess. In a different timeline, Kurt Meyer lives and dies in obscurity, perhaps farming the same fields his father worked. But timelines don't exist in isolation, and the world Kurt Meyer entered was about to destroy itself. The Great War erupted when Meyer was 3 years old, too young to understand, old enough to absorb the atmosphere of total war that consumed Germany. His father avoided military service, either through agricultural exemption or medical disqualification, but the war touched every family regardless. Food shortages intensified through 1916 and 17. The British naval blockade starved Germany systematically, targeting civilian morale through controlled famine. The winter of 1916-17 became known as the Turnip Winter, when potato crops failed and Germans survived on cattle fodder. Meyer was 6 years old, experiencing hunger at an age when it shapes psychology permanently. The privation wasn't noble sacrifice. It was humiliating powerlessness, while adults whispered about shortages and defeats. November 1918 brought Germany's collapse. Meyer was 7 years old when Kaiser Wilhelm abdicated and fled to Holland, when sailors mutinied in Kiel, when soldiers' councils seized control of cities. The order Meyer had known his entire short life vanished in weeks. Communist revolutionaries battled Freikorps paramilitaries in German streets. The new government, formed in Weimar because Berlin was too dangerous, signed an armistice that felt like betrayal to millions who believed Germany had been winning. Meyer was too young for military service, but old enough to absorb the narrative. Germany hadn't lost on the battlefield. It had been stabbed in the back by socialists and Jews who surrendered when victory was possible. The stab-in-the-back legend wasn't true, but truth mattered less than mythology to a generation seeking explanations for catastrophic defeat. The 1920s offered Germany chaos disguised as democracy. The Weimar Republic struggled from birth, burdened with reparations, territorial losses, and political legitimacy questions. Hyperinflation in 1923 destroyed the middle class, with currency becoming worthless so rapidly that workers demanded payment twice daily before prices doubled again. Meyer was 12 during the hyperinflation crisis, watching his family's modest savings evaporate. Political violence became routine. Communists fought Nazis in beer halls and streets. The state possessed theoretical authority, but couldn't maintain order without deploying paramilitaries that owed loyalty to parties rather than government. Young men like Meyer witnessed functional anarchy, where force determined outcomes and state institutions seemed irrelevant. Meyer finished basic schooling and faced limited prospects. University required money his family lacked. Apprenticeships were scarce in depression-ravaged Germany, but one institution was hiring the police. The Weimar government, desperate for order, expanded state police forces throughout the 1920s. Meyer joined the Landespolizei in Mecklenburg in 1929, just before his 19th birthday. Police work offered steady employment, authority, and structure in a society that seemed to lack all three. But it also offered something else: frontline exposure to political violence. Police weren't neutral referees maintaining order. They were combatants in an undeclared civil war, deployed against communist demonstrators one day, Nazi rallies the next, always outnumbered, frequently outfought by paramilitary organizations that possessed superior motivation and cohesion. Meyer spent approximately 1 year in police service before something changed. the SS. Still a relatively small Nazi organization in 1930, was recruiting. The Schutzstaffel had begun as Hitler's bodyguard detail, but was transforming into something more ambitious under Heinrich Himmler's leadership. Unlike the mass membership SA Brownshirts, the SS claimed elite status, requiring racial screening and ideological commitment. They positioned themselves as racial aristocracy, the biological and ideological vanguard of National Socialism. For a working-class police officer with limited advancement prospects, the appeal was obvious. The SS offered belonging to something greater than oneself, an identity transcending class limitations, a mythology of chosen warriors defending Germany from internal and external enemies. Meyer joined the SS in September 1930, receiving membership number 17,559. The timing matters enormously. This was before the Nazi seizure of power, before membership offered career advantages or social status. In 1930, joining the SS meant aligning with a radical movement that might fail completely, that the state was actively trying to suppress. The Nazi Party had just achieved its electoral breakthrough, jumping from 12 seats to 107 in the Reichstag, but remained far from power. Joining required ideological commitment or exceptional opportunism, belief that this movement would triumph despite all evidence suggesting otherwise. Meyer chose the SS when the choice was meaningful, when bandwagon jumping hadn't yet begun. The SS that Meyer joined was fundamentally different from the organization it would become. In 1930, total SS membership numbered under 3,000 men. They were street fighters, bodyguards, and ideological enforcers, not soldiers. Himmler's vision of an elite racial order existed mostly in his imagination and obscure publications. But the vision attracted men like Meyer, who wanted to believe they were special, chosen, superior. The SS offered working-class men aristocratic identity without requiring aristocratic birth. You proved your worth through commitment, toughness, and racial purity rather than inherited status. For someone from Meyer's background, the psychological appeal was enormous. You could transform yourself from nobody into somebody through will and violence. Training in the early SS emphasized political reliability over military competence. Meyer learned street fighting, crowd control, propaganda distribution, and ideological indoctrination. He attended meetings where speakers explained racial theory, the Jewish conspiracy, the Bolshevik threat, the necessity of violence against Germany's enemies. This wasn't abstract philosophy. It was actionable worldview, teaching young men that political violence wasn't criminal but heroic, that conventional morality didn't apply to racial warriors, that mercy toward enemies was weakness. Meyer absorbed this ideology at age 19, when personality formation is most vulnerable to external influence. The SS didn't just recruit him, they rebuilt his understanding of right and wrong, permissible and prohibited, human and subhuman. The Nazi seizure of power in January 1933 transformed the SS from paramilitary fringe to state enforcement apparatus. Hitler became chancellor through legal maneuvering, then systematically dismantled Weimar democracy. The SS grew explosively, from under 3,000 members to over 50,000 by year's end. But Meyer had joined early, which granted status in the organization's internal hierarchy. He wasn't an opportunist who joined when it became safe or advantageous. He was an old fighter, someone who'd committed before the movement's triumph. This distinction mattered in SS culture, granting legitimacy and advancement opportunities unavailable to late joiners. Meyer's trajectory shifted in 1934 toward military rather than political roles. The SS Verfügungstruppe, the armed SS that would evolve into the Waffen-SS, began formation. These weren't concentration camp guards or internal security forces. They were soldiers, trained for combat rather than policing. Meyer transferred into this new formation, beginning formal military training that emphasized offensive operations, small unit tactics, and decentralized command. The Verfügungstruppe adopted deliberately different doctrine than the Wehrmacht, rejecting defensive attrition warfare in favor of aggressive maneuver. They trained to exploit breakthroughs, maintain operational tempo, and take casualties that conventional commanders would consider unacceptable. This tactical culture would define Meyer's entire career. The Verfügungstruppe training also reinforced ideological conditioning. Unlike Wehrmacht soldiers, who might view military service as professional obligation, SS soldiers were taught they were political warriors fighting for racial survival. Training emphasized physical toughness to an extreme degree. Recruits endured deliberate humiliation, physical abuse, and psychological pressure designed to break individual identity and rebuild group cohesion. They learned that SS soldiers didn't surrender, didn't retreat without orders, and didn't show weakness. These weren't simply military virtues. They were racial characteristics that separated Aryans from lesser peoples. Meyer thrived in this environment, excelling in physical challenges and small unit leadership exercises. Paul Hauser, the Verfügungstruppe's architect, implemented training that emphasized initiative at every level. Junior officers and NCOs received authority, normally reserved for senior commanders. Squad leaders were expected to make tactical decisions without waiting for orders. This decentralization required extensive training to ensure subordinates understood commanders' intent without explicit instruction. Meyer distinguished himself in these exercises, demonstrating ability to interpret situations rapidly and act decisively. His superiors noted his aggressive instincts, willingness to accept risk, and charisma with subordinate soldiers. These traits marked him for advancement, suggesting he might become more than just another SS officer. By the late 1930s, Meyer had transformed completely from the police officer, who joined the SS in 1930. He'd internalized the organization's ideology, mastered its tactical doctrine, and built a reputation within its ranks. He believed, as far as external evidence suggests, in the racial worldview the SS promoted. He saw himself as part of a warrior elite defending Germany from existential threats. He'd learned that violence solved problems, that aggression overcame obstacles, that conventional morality was weakness. When war came in September 1939, Meyer was 28 years old, fully trained, ideologically committed, and eager to prove the SS could fight as effectively as it claimed. Poland would be his test, and he would pass it with distinction that set the trajectory for everything that followed. The path from Jerxheim to the SS wasn't inevitable. Thousands of working-class German boys born in 1910 made different choices, lived different lives, died different deaths. But Meyer's path illuminates how ordinary people become extraordinary criminals through ideology, training, opportunity, and circumstance. He wasn't born a monster. He was made into one through systematic process that began with police recruitment and culminated in SS indoctrination. Understanding Meyer requires understanding the world that created him, defeated Germany, chaotic Weimar, the appeal of movements promising order through violence. He chose the SS when it was dangerous, grew with it as it gained power, and became the ideal it claimed to create, a young, aggressive, ideologically committed warrior who valued effectiveness over morality and victory over law. September 1st, 1939. 4:45 in the morning. German-Polish border. Artillery fire shattered the pre-dawn darkness as German forces launched Fall Weiss, Case White, the invasion of Poland. Among the first units crossing the frontier was the SS Verfügungsdivision, 3 regiments of armed SS troops eager to prove they deserved military status rather than mockery from Wehrmacht generals who considered them political soldiers playing war. Kurt Meyer, now an SS Obersturmführer, leading a reconnaissance platoon, moved with the advance elements, his vehicles racing ahead of infantry to locate Polish defensive positions and report back. This was real war, not training exercises or street fighting. Ahead lay an army of 1 million Polish soldiers, defense fortifications, and a nation that refused to submit to Hitler's demands. Meyer was about to discover what combat actually meant. The Wehrmacht's war machine rolled into Poland with overwhelming force, but the SS Verfügungsdivision faced immediate challenges that exposed their inexperience. Polish resistance around the border fortifications proved fiercer than expected. Wehrmacht units with experienced officers and NCOs adapted quickly, using combined arms tactics to suppress Polish positions. The SS troops, indoctrinated in aggressive offense but lacking combat experience, took unnecessary casualties through poorly coordinated attacks. Meyer's reconnaissance unit operated ahead of these disasters, which spared him the worst bloodletting, but also meant he witnessed Polish military competence that propaganda had assured them didn't exist. The Poles had obsolete equipment compared to German armor, but they fought with desperate courage that should have commanded respect, but instead fed German contempt for Slavic subhumans who refused to accept their supposed racial inferiority. Meyer's role in the Poland campaign centered on reconnaissance operations that tested his tactical instincts. Reconnaissance in blitzkrieg warfare meant more than simple observation. It meant penetrating deep into enemy territory, locating defensive positions, determining enemy strength, and often engaging in combat to develop the situation. Meyer led his platoon into multiple encounters with Polish cavalry units, those legendary horsemen that German propaganda later mocked as charging tanks with lances, though the reality was Polish cavalry fought as mounted infantry, using horses for mobility before dismounting to fight. The combat was close, brutal, and educational. Meyer learned to read terrain, anticipate enemy positions, and coordinate his limited forces against superior numbers through aggressive movement and concentrated firepower. The speed of the German advance created chaos in the Polish rear areas. Within a week, German armored spearheads had penetrated deep into Polish territory, surrounding and cutting off entire armies. Meyer's reconnaissance missions took him through villages evacuated so rapidly that food remained on tables, through military positions abandoned with weapons intact, past columns of Polish soldiers trying desperately to reach defensive lines that no longer existed. The campaign had the character of pursuit rather than conventional battle, with German forces racing to encircle Polish units before they could retreat to defensive positions. This operational tempo suited Meyer's aggressive instincts perfectly. He thrived in the chaos, making rapid decisions with incomplete information, accepting risks that more cautious commanders would avoid. But the Poland campaign wasn't simply military operations. From the beginning, SS units operated under different rules than Wehrmacht forces. Hitler had made clear that Poland would be treated differently than France or Britain. This was racial war, not conventional conflict between European powers. The SS received explicit instructions regarding treatment of Polish intelligentsia, clergy, nobility, and Jews. These weren't military targets but political ones. people to be eliminated to decapitate Polish society and prevent resistance. The Einsatzgruppen mobile killing squads followed the army into Poland with lists of targets. The distinction between military operations and ideological murder blurred immediately. SS units fighting at the front transitioned to security operations in the rear without pause or apparent moral conflict. Meyer's direct involvement in Poland's atrocities remains historically unclear. Documentation from 1939 is incomplete, and Meyer himself never discussed this period in detail beyond tactical operations. What's certain is that the SS Verfügungsdivision participated in security operations during occupation duty after active combat ended. These operations targeted suspected partisans, hostages, and collective punishment against communities accused of harboring resistance. The methodology was efficient. Surround a village, separate military-age males, shoot some immediately, send others to concentration camps, burn suspected resistance-supporting structures. The legal framework was clear. This wasn't murder, but security operations against irregular combatants. The reality was systematic terrorization of civilian populations to prevent organized resistance. The moral environment Meyer operated within treated such actions as necessary and appropriate. SS indoctrination had prepared soldiers to view Poles as racial inferiors whose lives held less value than German lives. The operational orders explicitly authorized harsh measures against civilians. Senior SS leadership praised aggressive security operations rather than criticizing them. For a young officer seeking advancement, demonstrating toughness in security operations earned commendation. Showing mercy or hesitation invited questions about ideological reliability. Meyer existed in a system that rewarded brutality and punished compassion, where career advancement required enthusiasm for tasks that violated every convention of warfare. Whether he personally pulled triggers or merely commanded those who did, he was complicit in creating an environment where atrocities became routine. The Poland campaign lasted 35 days before organized Polish resistance collapsed. The SS Verfügungsdivision suffered disproportionately high casualties compared to Wehrmacht units, losing approximately 15% of its strength. These casualties resulted largely from aggressive tactics and inexperienced leadership, characteristics the SS viewed as temporary problems rather than fundamental flaws. Meyer emerged with combat experience, demonstrated leadership capability, and enhanced reputation within the organization. He'd proven he could function under fire, make tactical decisions rapidly, and lead subordinates effectively. The fact that many subordinates died in poorly conceived attacks didn't damage his career. The SS valued aggression over caution, viewed casualties as acceptable cost of victory. November 1939 brought occupation duty as Poland was carved between Germany and the Soviet Union. The SS Verfügungsdivision rotated through security operations in occupied territory, enforcing German control over hostile populations. This period is historically murky regarding Meyer's specific activities, but the division's overall conduct is well documented. They participated in anti-partisan sweeps that killed hundreds of civilians. They assisted in implementing policies that segregated Jews into ghettos. They enforced collective punishment against communities suspected of resistance. Security operations became normalized extension of military operations, another duty performed without apparent moral questioning. Officers who objected found their careers stalled. Officers who excelled received commendations and promotions. Meyer's promotion to SS Hauptsturmführer captain came during or shortly after the Poland campaign, reward for demonstrated combat effectiveness. At 28 years old, he'd successfully transitioned from political soldier to combat commander. He'd proven himself under fire, survived his first campaign, and built a reputation that would secure increasingly important commands. But Poland had taught him lessons beyond tactics. He'd learned that German military power could overwhelm conventionally inferior enemies through speed and aggression. He'd learned that SS tactics, though costly in lives, achieved results that justified the casualties. Most importantly, he'd learned that ideological warfare operated under different rules than conventional combat, that actions unthinkable in France would be routine in the East, that racial ideology wasn't abstract philosophy but operational doctrine, guiding treatment of conquered peoples. The psychological transformation that occurred in Poland extended beyond Meyer to the entire SS Verfügungstruppe. They'd entered the campaign insecure about their military credibility, mocked by Wehrmacht officers as Himmler's toy soldiers. They emerged bloodied, but validated, having fought alongside regular army units and proven they could sustain combat operations. The high casualties that Wehrmacht commanders criticized as incompetent leadership, the SS interpreted as proof of superior offensive spirit. They'd taken objectives while others hesitated, suffered losses while others preserved forces, demonstrated toughness through casualty tolerance. This interpretation became organizational mythology, the narrative that SS soldiers told themselves to make sense of their experiences and losses. Poland also established patterns that would repeat across subsequent campaigns. The blurring of military operations and ideological violence, the normalization of atrocities as security measures, the reward system that promoted aggressive commanders regardless of casualty rates, the contempt for enemy soldiers and civilians as racial inferiors unworthy of standard military courtesies. Meyer absorbed these lessons thoroughly. He didn't question whether shooting hostages was legitimate warfare. He didn't hesitate when ordered to implement harsh security measures. He accepted the SS worldview that divided humanity into Aryans deserving protection and subhumans deserving elimination. This wasn't sociopathy but indoctrination, the product of systematic ideological conditioning that redefined morality around racial categories and German survival. The Poland campaign concluded with Meyer having committed fully to the path he'd chosen in 1930. He'd experienced combat, proven his competence, survived when others died, and received recognition for his efforts. The violence of the campaign, both military and criminal, didn't shock or disturb him. It confirmed what SS training had taught, that Germany was in existential struggle, requiring extraordinary measures. That conventional morality was weakness, that victory justified methods. He was 28 years old, a decorated SS officer with successful campaign experience, positioned for advancement as Germany prepared to attack westward. Poland had been his blood initiation, France would be his graduation to military excellence, and the East would be his descent into crimes that would haunt him to the grave, whether he acknowledged them or not. The invasion of Poland in September 1939 wasn't simply German military victory. It was a laboratory experiment testing whether blitzkrieg tactics worked, whether the SS could function as military force, and whether ideological warfare could be implemented systematically. The experiment succeeded on all counts. The military tactics would be refined in France. The SS would expand massively into the Waffen-SS. The ideological violence would escalate through Barbarossa into industrial genocide. Kurt Meyer was a participant in this experiment, learning lessons that shaped his behavior throughout the war. Poland taught him that aggression worked, that casualties were acceptable, that enemies were subhuman, and that war crimes were security operations when committed by the SS. These lessons would define his conduct in Normandy 5 years later, when Canadian prisoners faced execution behind Meyer's headquarters. May 10, 1940. 0500 hours. German-Belgian border. Kurt Meyer stood in the cupola of his reconnaissance vehicle, watching the horizon explode with artillery fire as Fall Gelb, Case Yellow, commenced. Ahead lay the supposedly impenetrable Ardenne forest, the terrain French military planners had dismissed as impassable for mechanized forces. Behind him stretched the entire SS Verfügungs division, part of the massive armored thrust aimed at the Maas River. Meyer's mission was simple and impossible: drive through the Ardennes ahead of the main force, locate French and Belgian defensive positions, report enemy strength, and survive long enough to do it all again tomorrow. He was 29 years old, commanding men barely younger than himself, about to participate in the most successful military campaign in modern history. For 6 weeks, Meyer would become exactly what German propaganda claimed the SS represented: lightning warfare personified. The Ardennes Passage shattered every assumption about modern warfare's limitations. French generals had planned their entire defensive strategy around the belief that German armor couldn't transit the forest roads quickly enough to threaten their positions. They were catastrophically wrong. Meyer's reconnaissance battalion drove through the night, navigating narrow roads choked with German vehicles, pushing forward despite traffic jams that should have created defensive opportunities for Belgian forces. The Belgians fought where they could, demolishing bridges and establishing roadblocks, but they couldn't stop the torrent. German combat engineers bridged obstacles within hours. Infantry cleared roadblocks with overwhelming firepower. Meyer's vehicles bypassed resistance when possible, reported positions for follow-on forces when not, and maintained relentless forward movement that gave defenders no time to establish coherent lines. By May 13th, 3 days into the campaign, Meyer's unit had reached the Meuse River. The speed astonished everyone, including German high command. French military planning assumed reaching the Meuse would take a week minimum, giving time to move reserves and establish defensive depth. Instead, German forces arrived before French commanders understood the threat's magnitude. Meyer's reconnaissance reported lightly defended crossing sites, information that shaped German assault plans. The Meuse crossing became legendary in German military history. Armored units forcing river crossings against opposition that should have stopped them cold. Meyer watched from his advanced position as German infantry established bridgeheads under direct fire, as combat engineers constructed pontoon bridges, while French artillery searched for range, as panzer units rolled across and began the breakthrough into France proper. The operational situation transformed into pursuit within 48 hours. French defensive lines, carefully prepared over months, simply disintegrated. German armored spearheads drove west toward the Channel coast, cutting off entire French armies, creating chaos in Allied rear areas. Meyer's reconnaissance battalion operated 30 to 40 kilometers ahead of division main body, the absolute leading edge of the German advance. This was extraordinarily dangerous duty. Allied forces attempting to retreat used the same roads Meyer's vehicles occupied. French armor units, trying desperately to establish blocking positions, encountered Meyer's troops repeatedly. Every bend in the road might conceal an enemy position. Every village might harbor a French rearguard. Meyer's survival required constant tactical alertness and aggressive action when contact occurred. The combat experiences accumulated rapidly as Meyer's unit drove toward the coast. On May 15th, his vehicles encountered French cavalry near Rethel, engaging in a running firefight that destroyed several French armored cars, while Meyer's unit suffered casualties from French 25mm cannon fire. On May 17th, his reconnaissance located a massive French armor concentration preparing counterattack, information that allowed German forces to preempt the assault. On May 20th, Meyer's lead vehicles reached Abbeville on the English Channel, cutting the Allied armies in two. The distance covered was remarkable, over 200 kilometers in 10 days through enemy territory, maintaining communication with division headquarters, surviving repeated combat encounters. Meyer's operational tempo embodied blitzkrieg doctrine, moving so fast that enemy forces never established equilibrium. The Dunkirk encirclement crystallized Meyer's tactical approach, as British and French forces retreated toward the coast, forming defensive perimeter around the port. Meyer's reconnaissance probed for weaknesses. He led patrols that engaged British rearguards, gathering intelligence about defensive positions and unit identifications. The British fought with desperate determination, knowing evacuation was their only survival option. Meyer's reports documented the strength of British positions but also noted exhaustion, ammunition shortages, declining morale. This intelligence shaped German assault plans, though Hitler's controversial halt order on May 24th gave the British crucial days to strengthen defences and begin evacuation operations. Meyer spent those days maintaining contact with British lines, launching small-scale attacks to keep pressure on the perimeter, losing men to British artillery and machine gun fire, while the larger strategic decisions played out above his authority level. The campaign's conclusion brought formal recognition. On June 15, 1940, Heinrich Himmler personally awarded Meyer the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross at a ceremony near the French coast. Meyer was 29 years old, one of the youngest recipients in the entire German military. The decoration recognized exceptional leadership and bravery, Germany's highest military honor at that point in the war. But more than personal achievement, the award validated SS combat credibility. Wehrmacht generals had dismissed the SS as political amateurs. Meyer's Knight's Cross demonstrated that SS officers could match or exceed regular army performance. The recognition enhanced Meyer's reputation within the SS dramatically, marking him as rising star within an organization that valued proven combat leadership above all other qualities. The France campaign's speed created logistical and administrative confusion that Meyer exploited for operational independence. Communications often lagged hours or days behind events. Orders arrived after situations had changed. Meyer frequently operated without explicit instruction, using commanders' intent to justify independent action. This approach matched SS tactical doctrine perfectly: decentralized command that empowered junior officers to seize opportunities without waiting for authorization. Meyer demonstrated repeatedly that he could interpret operational situations correctly, make rapid decisions with incomplete information, and accept responsibility for outcomes. These capabilities marked him for higher command, suggesting he could eventually lead regiment or even division rather than remaining at company or battalion level. But the France campaign also reinforced aggressive tactics that treated casualties as acceptable cost of victory. Meyer's reconnaissance battalion suffered substantial losses during the 6-week campaign. Reconnaissance units always take disproportionate casualties because they make first contact with enemy forces. But Meyer's tactical approach emphasized aggressive engagement rather than observation and withdrawal. When his units encountered French positions, they attacked rather than reporting and bypassing. This generated tactical intelligence but cost lives. The SS viewed this exchange as acceptable, even commendable. Casualties demonstrated offensive spirit. Survival without engagement suggested cowardice. Meyer internalized this value system completely, measuring success by mission accomplishment rather than subordinate survival. The operational pause after France's surrender in June 1940 gave Meyer time to reflect on lessons learned. The campaign had validated blitzkrieg doctrine entirely. Speed and aggression overcame numerical inferiority. concentrated armor achieved breakthrough where distributed forces created stalemate. Decentralized command maintained operational tempo when centralized control produced paralysis. Meyer had lived these principles rather than studying them theoretically. He'd seen French forces with superior numbers and equipment lose because they responded too slowly, because they waited for orders instead of acting, because they valued preservation of force over seizing initiative. These lessons shaped Meyer's tactical philosophy permanently. He would never fight cautiously if aggression offered even remote chance of success. The victory also reinforced ideological conditioning. German propaganda presented the France campaign as proof of Aryan superiority over decadent democracies. The SS Verfügungsdivision had fought alongside regular Wehrmacht units and proven equal or superior in tactical effectiveness. This validated everything SS indoctrination had taught about racial elite status and warrior excellence. Meyer and his fellow SS officers saw themselves as vindicated, their organization's claims confirmed by battlefield success. The arrogance this generated would prove catastrophic later, creating overconfidence that ignored Germany's strategic weaknesses while emphasizing tactical achievements. But in summer 1940, with France defeated and Britain isolated, the SS worldview seemed entirely accurate. Aggressive warriors of superior race had conquered enemies through will and violence. Meyer's personal trajectory, after France pointed toward increasing responsibility, he'd proven himself in 2 campaigns, earned Germany's highest military decoration, and demonstrated tactical abilities that marked him for advancement. The SS was expanding rapidly, transforming from small elite force into mass military organization. This expansion created advancement opportunities for proven officers. Meyer was positioned perfectly to benefit from institutional growth, young enough to have decades of career ahead, experienced enough to command larger formations, connected enough within the SS to receive favorable assignments. The path from reconnaissance platoon leader to regimental or divisional commander seemed clear, requiring only continued battlefield success and political reliability. But France was interlude, not conclusion. Hitler was already planning Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union that would transform limited European war into existential racial conflict. Meyer would participate in that campaign too, operating in an environment where ideology and military operations fused completely, where treatment of civilians and prisoners depended on their racial classification, where the Wehrmacht and SS competed in brutality rather than restraining each other. The lessons Meyer learned in Poland and France about aggression and racial superiority and acceptable violence would apply without limit in the East. France had been his graduation to tactical excellence. The Soviet Union would be his descent into criminal operations that made Poland look restrained. The ghost who raced through the Ardennes in May 1940 would become the general who commanded executions in Normandy 4 years later. The path between those points ran through Russia, and that journey would complete Meyer's transformation from soldier to war criminal. April 6, 1941. 0500 hours, Yugoslav border. Kurt Meyer's reconnaissance battalion moved forward as part of Operation Marita and Operation 25, the simultaneous German invasions of Yugoslavia and Greece. The campaigns were Hitler's response to Yugoslavia's coup that overthrew the pro-German government, and Germany's need to secure its southern flank before attacking the Soviet Union. Meyer, now a seasoned SS officer with Poland and France on his record, understood these weren't the open plains of France or the organized defenses of Poland. The Balkans meant mountains, narrow roads, limited mobility, and populations with long traditions of resistance. The terrain would constrain the blitzkrieg tactics Meyer had mastered. The culture would produce different kind of warfare, one that blurred combat operations and criminal reprisals until they became indistinguishable. Yugoslavia collapsed with shocking speed. The country was ethnically fractured, politically unstable, and militarily unprepared. German forces attacked from multiple directions simultaneously, supported by Italian, Hungarian, and Bulgarian allies. Meyer's unit advanced through Slovenia toward Croatia, encountering sporadic resistance from Yugoslav army units that lacked coordination or clear orders. Individual units fought bravely, establishing roadblocks and defensive positions, but operational level collapse meant these local actions merely delayed German advance. Within days, Yugoslavia's government fled, its army fragmented, and German forces occupied major cities. The campaign seemed to validate Blitzkrieg doctrine once again. Aggressive maneuver and overwhelming force shattered enemy cohesion before they could organize effective defense. But Yugoslavia's military defeat was beginning, not end, of German problems. Unlike Poland or France, where defeated armies surrendered or retreated into captivity, Yugoslav forces often simply dissolved into the population. Soldiers disappeared into mountains with their weapons, returning to villages that looked peaceful but harbored armed men waiting for opportunity. The SS Verfügungsdivision, renamed Das Reich in January 1941, transitioned immediately from conventional operations to occupation duty. This meant security operations, searching villages for weapons, interrogating civilians about partisan activity, implementing collective punishment against communities suspected of harboring resistance. The methodology was familiar from Poland, but applied more extensively. Balkan resistance traditions ran deep, and German occupation sparked immediate guerrilla warfare that Wehrmacht and SS commanders struggled to suppress. Meyer's specific role in Balkans atrocities remains partially documented. The Das Reich division participated in operations that killed thousands of civilians during April and May 1941. Villages were burned, hostages were executed. Collective punishment policies mandated that for every German soldier killed by partisans, 50 or 100 civilians would die in retaliation. These weren't spontaneous crimes committed in combat's heat, but systematic policies implemented from command level downward. Meyer commanded a battalion during this period, which meant he either ordered such operations directly, transmitted orders from higher command, or at minimum knew they were occurring and raised no objections. The SS culture that rewarded aggressiveness and punished hesitation meant that officers who refused participation jeopardized their careers. Officers who excelled received commendation. The transition from Greece to occupation duty in the Balkans exposed German forces to sustained irregular warfare. Partisan attacks occurred regularly, ambushes on supply convoys, sabotage of infrastructure, assassination of collaborators. German responses followed doctrine established in Poland and now expanded massive retaliation designed to terrorize populations into withdrawing support from partisans. The logic was simple and criminal. If partisans operated from a village, the entire village was complicit. Destroy the village, execute the men, and resistance would collapse from lack of support. This approach had three fatal flaws. It violated every law of warfare, it created more partisans than it eliminated, and it normalized atrocities until officers like Meyer stopped distinguishing between military necessity and war crimes. The Balkans experience transformed SS tactical doctrine regarding occupation warfare. In Poland, security operations had been chaotic, often improvised responses to unexpected resistance. In Yugoslavia and Greece, the SS systematized these operations into doctrine. They developed procedures for village searches, hostage-taking, interrogation, and execution. They established ratios: 50 civilians dead for one German soldier, 100 for one officer. They created administrative frameworks to document operations, generating paperwork that proved these weren't random violence but official policy. Meyer learnt these procedures thoroughly. When he later commanded in Normandy, the treatment of prisoners and civilians reflected lessons learned in the Balkans: immediate execution of suspected partisans, collective punishment against populations supporting resistance, contempt for conventional rules governing treatment of prisoners. Meyer's promotion during or shortly after the Balkans campaign to SS Sturmbannführer Major reflected his growing reputation within the SS. He'd now participated in 3 campaigns, earned the Knight's Cross, and commanded increasingly large formations. The SS valued proven combat leaders because organizational expansion required experienced officers to train and command new formations. Meyer's youth remained asset rather than liability. At 30 years old, he had decades of potential service ahead, unlike Wehrmacht generals approaching retirement age. The SS was building military organization that would last generations, and Meyer represented the ideal: young, aggressive, ideologically reliable, and combat-proven. But the Balkans planted seeds of destruction that would consume German occupation forces. The brutal counterinsurgency tactics generated resistance rather than suppressing it. Tito's partisans grew from scattered bands into organized army numbering eventually over 300,000 fighters. The Wehrmacht and SS diverted divisions to Balkan security that were desperately needed elsewhere. German casualties in anti-partisan operations exceeded losses in the initial invasion multiple times over. The civilian death toll reached hundreds of thousands, creating blood feuds that persisted generations beyond the war. Meyer participated in creating this disaster, implementing policies that seemed militarily sound to SS officers, but violated fundamental principles of legitimate warfare and basic human decency. The moral environment Meyer operated within had shifted substantially from Poland 1939 to Balkans 1941. In Poland, atrocities had been separate from military operations, committed by specialized Einsatzgruppen, while Wehrmacht and SS combat units focused on conventional warfare. In the Balkans, the distinction vanished completely. Combat units conducted security operations. The same battalion that fought Yugoslav army in April executed hostages in May. Officers transitioned seamlessly from tactical leadership to supervising reprisals. Meyer embodied this fusion, commanding reconnaissance operations one day and security sweeps the next, apparently experiencing no cognitive dissonance between roles. The SS had successfully created officers who viewed war crimes as legitimate military operations. The brutality escalated throughout spring 1941 as German forces prepared to redeploy for Barbarossa. With Yugoslavia and Greece occupied and active campaigns concluded, the SS Verfügungsdivision conducted final security operations before moving north for Soviet invasion. These operations reached maximum intensity, with entire districts subjected to punitive measures meant to terrorize populations into submission during German absence. Villages burned systematically, male populations executed en masse, resources requisitioned to point of starvation. The goal was creating wasteland where resistance couldn't survive. The result was humanitarian catastrophe that generated resistance lasting years beyond German withdrawal. Meyer participated in these operations, learning lessons he would apply in Normandy: that immediate, overwhelming violence against suspected enemies prevented future problems, that prisoners were intelligence sources to be exploited, then eliminated, that civilian populations supporting resistance deserved no protection under laws of war. The Balkans campaign concluded with Meyer departing for the east in summer 1941. He'd added mountain warfare experience to his tactical repertoire. He'd participated extensively in counter-insurgency operations that normalized atrocities as military procedures. He'd commanded larger formations with increasing responsibility, but most importantly, he'd completed his transformation from conventional soldier to ideological warrior. Whatever distinction had existed in his mind between legitimate warfare and criminal violence had been erased. The SS worldview had become his worldview. Germany was in existential struggle against racial and political enemies. Conventional morality was weakness. Victory required methods that peacetime morality would condemn. The Balkans hadn't created Meyer's willingness to commit war crimes. They'd removed final inhibitions and provided doctrine for implementation. When he reached Normandy 3 years later, the lessons learned in Yugoslav villages would be applied against Canadian prisoners. The path ran straight from the Balkans crucible through Russian horrors to Norman execution sites. Yugoslavia and Greece, in spring 1941, were relatively minor campaigns in the broader context of World War II. They've been overshadowed historically by Barbarossa and later Eastern Front catastrophes. But for understanding Kurt Meyer's development, they were critical. The Balkans taught him that security operations and combat operations were interchangeable, that populations supporting resistance deserved collective punishment, that atrocities effectively implemented prevented future problems. These lessons were false, strategically counterproductive, and morally catastrophic. But Meyer believed them because the SS institutional culture validated them and his personal experience seemed to confirm them. When Canadian soldiers surrendered to his troops in Normandy, Meyer's Balkans experience provided template for what happened next. The executions weren't aberrations or heat-of-battle crimes. They were doctrine applied, lessons implemented, procedures followed. Understanding Meyer's guilt requires understanding his education in Yugoslavia's mountains, where the SS perfected techniques they would employ across occupied Europe for 4 more years of war. June 22nd, 1941. 0315 hours, Soviet border. Kurt Meyer stood with his reconnaissance battalion as 3 million German soldiers prepared to cross into the Soviet Union along a front stretching from the Baltic to the Black Sea. Operation Barbarossa was beginning, the largest military invasion in human history, and Meyer understood immediately this would be different from every previous campaign. The orders he'd received made that explicit. This wasn't conventional warfare, but ideological extermination, a racial war where Soviet commissars were to be shot on capture, where partisan suspects faced immediate execution, where civilian populations would be treated according to their racial value to Germany. The Commissar order, distributed weeks earlier, had eliminated any pretense that Geneva Conventions applied in the East. Meyer was 30 years old, about to participate in war crimes on industrial scale, and nothing in his training or ideology suggested he should object. The initial advance exceeded even optimistic German projections. Soviet forces, despite months of intelligence warnings, were caught completely unprepared. Stalin had refused to believe Hitler would attack, dismissing reports as British provocation designed to create German-Soviet conflict. The result was catastrophic for the Red Army. German spearheads penetrated deep into Soviet territory, encircling entire armies, capturing hundreds of thousands of prisoners. Meyer's reconnaissance battalion operated at the absolute leading edge of this advance, driving through Belorussia toward Smolensk, covering distances that seemed impossible even to participants. The Das Reich Division, part of Army Group Center, participated in the largest encirclement battles in military history, operations that destroyed Soviet armies faster than Stalin could organize replacements. The scale of prisoner capture created immediate crisis that revealed German racial ideology in practice. By July, German forces had captured over 3 million Soviet soldiers, far more than logistics could support even if Germans wanted to, but they didn't want to. Soviet prisoners weren't protected by Geneva Conventions because the USSR hadn't signed the agreement, giving Germans legal pretext for mistreatment. More fundamentally, Nazi racial ideology classified Soviets as Slavic subhumans whose lives held minimal value. The result was deliberate mass death through starvation, exposure, and execution. Meyer witnessed this systematic murder during July and August 1941 as his unit advanced past prisoner enclosures where captured Soviets died by thousands. The distinction between combat operations and genocide vanished completely in this environment. Meyer's tactical operations during Barbarossa's opening months demonstrated both military competence and criminal conduct. His reconnaissance battalion operated 30 to 50 kilometers ahead of division main body, locating Soviet defensive positions and reporting enemy strength. These missions required exceptional tactical skill because Meyer's forces were isolated, vulnerable to Soviet counterattacks, and operating in terrain that favored defenders. He lost vehicles and men regularly, but maintained operational tempo that kept intelligence flowing to division headquarters. This professional competence occurred simultaneously with implementation of criminal orders. When Meyer's unit captured Soviet commissars, identifiable by their distinctive uniforms, they were shot immediately per the commissar order. When reconnaissance encountered partisan suspects, they faced summary execution. Meyer's battalion was both military reconnaissance force and mobile killing squad, roles that SS officers apparently saw as complementary rather than contradictory. The advance toward Moscow consumed German forces through summer and fall 1941. The distances were staggering, far beyond anything German logistics had planned for. Soviet resistance, rather than collapsing as predicted, intensified as German forces penetrated deeper. The Red Army took catastrophic losses, but continued fighting, trading space for time, conducting desperate counterattacks that delayed German advances. Meyer's unit participated in the Smolensk encirclement in July, which captured 300,000 Soviet soldiers, but also revealed that Soviet forces could reorganize and counterattack even after massive defeats. The illusion that Barbarossa would conclude in weeks began dissolving, replaced by realization that the Soviet Union possessed depth and manpower reserves Germany couldn't match. The security operations Meyer's unit conducted during Barbarossa revealed systematic implementation of ideological warfare. Villages suspected of harboring partisans faced collective punishment, males aged 15 to 60 executed, structures burned, populations deported. The policies were explicit, documented in orders from Wehrmacht and SS High Command. The methodology was efficient: surround village at dawn, separate populations by age and sex, conduct summary executions, burn evidence. Meyer's direct participation level remains historically debated, but his command responsibility is clear. These operations occurred in his sector, under his overall authority, implemented by subordinates following doctrine he enforced. Whether Meyer personally pulled triggers or merely transmitted orders, he was legally and morally complicit in mass murder disguised as security operations. The approach to Moscow in October and November 1941 represented both German high watermark and beginning of catastrophic reversal. German forces came within 25 kilometers of the Kremlin, close enough that reconnaissance patrols could see Moscow's spires through binoculars. But the offensive had consumed German strength through 6 months of continuous combat. Casualties exceeded replacements. Equipment broke down from overuse. Supply lines stretched beyond sustainability. Meyer's reconnaissance battalion was shadows of its June strength. Vehicles cannibalized for parts, personnel roster filled with barely trained replacements. The professional force that crossed the Soviet border had been ground down by operational tempo that exceeded human and mechanical endurance. Winter 1941 brought Soviet counteroffensive that shattered German illusions about quick victory. Stalin had transferred divisions from Siberia, fresh troops equipped for winter warfare that German forces lacked. On December 5th, Soviet forces attacked along the entire Moscow front, driving German armies back in chaotic retreat. Meyer experienced his first major defeat, watching supposedly invincible German forces abandon positions and equipment while retreating through snow that immobilized vehicles. The temperature dropped to -30 degrees Celsius and below. German soldiers, issued summer uniforms because victory was supposed to come before winter, froze to death in their positions. Meyer's unit retreated in disorder, maintaining cohesion through leadership and discipline, but unable to stop Soviet advance. The winter crisis of 1941 through 42 transformed German military culture. The myth of invincibility died in Russian snow. The assumption that Slavic subhumans couldn't organize effective resistance collapsed as Soviet forces pushed Germans back hundreds of kilometers. German casualties reached levels that shocked even Eastern Front veterans. Frostbite destroyed entire divisions. Soviet attacks killed thousands. Equipment losses exceeded production capacity. Meyer survived through combination of luck and tactical skill, keeping his unit functional when others disintegrated, but he emerged from winter 1941, understanding that Germany might lose this war. That realization didn't moderate his conduct or ideology. It intensified the brutal character of Eastern Front warfare as German forces fought with desperation born from understanding they'd awakened enemy they couldn't defeat. Meyer's promotion to SS Sturmbannführer in April 1942, confirmed during the winter crisis, reflected SS determination to maintain aggressive leadership despite catastrophic casualties. The Eastern Front consumed officers at unsustainable rates. Replacements required rapid promotion of proven survivors. Meyer had demonstrated he could maintain unit cohesion under conditions that broke other commanders. His willingness to implement criminal orders without hesitation made him ideal SS officer from organization's perspective. The promotion positioned him for regimental command, transition from tactical to operational leadership that would culminate in his eventual division command in Normandy. The contrast between Meyer's military effectiveness and criminal conduct crystallized during Barbarossa's first year. He was genuinely talented tactical commander, able to read terrain, anticipate enemy actions, and coordinate complex operations with limited resources. These abilities saved German lives and achieved military objectives in situations where less capable commanders would have failed. Simultaneously, he presided over systematic war crimes that killed thousands of Soviet civilians and prisoners. The Wehrmacht and SS had created institutional environment where excellence in combat and enthusiasm for atrocities weren't contradictory but complementary. Meyer embodied this fusion perfectly, receiving decoration for tactical brilliance while implementing policies that violated every convention of legitimate warfare. The ideological commitment required to function in Barbarossa's environment was extraordinary. Soviet civilians weren't enemies to be defeated, but racial inferiors to be exploited or eliminated. Prisoners weren't defeated. Soldiers deserving protection but burdens to be disposed of efficiently. Partisan warfare wasn't military challenge requiring conventional counterinsurgency, but racial struggle demanding extermination responses. Meyer operated within this worldview without apparent cognitive dissonance. His post-war writings and testimony claimed he was simply soldier following orders, but the evidence suggests deeper ideological alignment. He'd joined the SS in 1930 when it required ideological commitment. He'd advanced through organization that selected for racial fanaticism. He commanded in environment where criminal orders were routine. Meyer wasn't reluctant participant coerced into atrocities. He was willing implementer who'd internalized the ideology that justified mass murder. The Eastern Front experience from June 1941 through spring 1942 was Meyer's crucible, transforming him from conventional soldier into war criminal. Poland had introduced him to occupation brutality. France had proven his tactical abilities. The Balkans had normalized security operations that violated laws of war. But Barbarossa fused these elements into comprehensive criminal system where military operations and ideological murder were indistinguishable. Meyer emerged from this experience hardened, promoted, decorated, and thoroughly acclimated to warfare without moral or legal constraints. When he later commanded in Normandy, the treatment of Canadian prisoners reflected lessons learned in Russia, that prisoners were disposable, that executing them prevented intelligence leaks and simplified logistics, that subordinates who hesitated demonstrated weakness requiring correction. The path from Soviet border crossings in June 1941 to Canadian execution sites in June 1944 was direct, paved with ideology, doctrine, and systematic acclimatization to atrocity. Operation Barbarossa failed to destroy the Soviet Union, but succeeded in destroying conventional morality within Wehrmacht and SS forces. Officers who'd been raised in societies with Christian ethics and legal traditions learned to implement policies that would have been unthinkable in peace. The scale of criminality, millions murdered through deliberate starvation, execution, and negligence, exceeded individual comprehension. Officers like Meyer didn't conceive themselves as mass murderers because the killing was systematized, bureaucratized, presented as military necessity rather than crime. This institutional framework allowed ordinary men to commit extraordinary evil while maintaining self-image as professional soldiers doing difficult duty in impossible circumstances. Meyer's guilt wasn't unique, but representative, the product of system designed to transform normal humans into efficient killers who believed their actions were justified by racial superiority and existential struggle. The Eastern Front would continue consuming German forces for 3 more years, grinding the Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS into destruction through attrition warfare that Germany couldn't win. Meyer would rotate out for rest and refitting, missing the worst of subsequent disasters at Stalingrad and Kursk. But his Eastern Front experience shaped everything that followed. He'd learned that racial warfare meant genocide was military operation. He'd learned that Soviet lives held no value in German calculations. He'd learned that extreme brutality was standard operating procedure rather than exceptional measure. When faced with Canadian prisoners in Normandy, these lessons automatically applied. The executions weren't aberrations but application of doctrine Meyer had practiced for 3 years in the East. Understanding what happened at Ardenne Abbey in June 1944 requires understanding what happened across the Soviet Union from June 1941 onward, where Kurt Meyer completed his transformation from soldier to willing participant in history's greatest crime. Spring 1942, southern France. Kurt Meyer arrived with the Das Reich Division for rest and refitting after the catastrophic Russian winter. The unit that had crossed the Soviet border 12 months earlier with over 19,000 men returned to France with barely half that number, the casualties absorbed by frostbite, combat, and Soviet counteroffensives. Meyer had survived where many hadn't, emerging with enhanced reputation despite Germany's first major military setback. The SS was transforming rapidly from elite infantry into mechanized combined arms force. adding armor and heavy weapons that would make Waffen-SS divisions among the most powerful formations in German military. Meyer's tactical abilities and combat experience positioned him for transition from reconnaissance specialist to panzer commander, evolution that would earn him the nickname that defined his career, Panzermeyer. The refitting process in France gave Meyer opportunity to master armored warfare theory and practice. The Das Reich Division received newest German tanks, Panzer IV mediums with long-barreled 75mm guns, and a battalion of Tigers, the 60-ton monsters with 88mm guns that could destroy any Allied tank at ranges exceeding 2,000 meters. Meyer studied armored tactics intensively, understanding that future warfare would center on coordinated tank, infantry, artillery operations rather than pure reconnaissance missions he'd previously commanded. He learned to think in terms of combined arms, synchronizing armor maneuver with infantry support, artillery preparation with armor assault, air support with ground operations. The complexity exceeded reconnaissance missions enormously, requiring operational rather than purely tactical thinking. Winter 1942 brought Meyer back to the Eastern Front, but to Ukraine rather than Moscow sector. The Das Reich Division deployed to Kharkov region as part of German forces stabilizing front lines after Soviet winter gains. Meyer now commanded the division's reconnaissance battalion, but increasingly participated in operational planning at regimental level. The Third Battle of Kharkov in February through March 1943 became laboratory for SS armored tactics, demonstrating what mechanized divisions could achieve when properly employed. German forces, though outnumbered, used superior mobility and coordination to encircle and destroy Soviet units in mobile warfare that contrasted sharply with previous years' positional attrition. Kharkov's retaking in March 1943 showcased Meyer's evolution as commander. The Das Reich Division participated in urban combat that required coordinating armor, infantry, and combat engineers in an environment where tanks were vulnerable to close-range anti-tank weapons and infantry needed armor protection to advance. Meyer's units fought through Kharkov streets, clearing Soviet positions block by block, demonstrating combined arms proficiency that SS propaganda highlighted as proof of Waffen-SS military excellence. The victory was tactical rather than strategic, local success that couldn't alter Germany's deteriorating strategic position, but it validated SS claims to elite status and proved that properly trained Waffen-SS divisions matched or exceeded Wehrmacht capabilities. The Kharkov operations brought Meyer formal recognition beyond his previous Knight's Cross. On September 23, 1943, he received the Oak Leaves to the Knight's Cross, addition to the decoration that only 890 recipients would receive throughout the entire war. Meyer was 32 years old, recipient of Germany's second highest military decoration, commanding battalion and division that had proven itself in multiple campaigns. The SS hierarchy recognized in Meyer the ideal combination: tactical brilliance, physical courage, ideological reliability, and charisma that inspired subordinate devotion. These qualities marked him for rapid advancement into regimental and potentially divisional command, positions traditionally reserved for officers decades older. Summer 1943 brought Meyer to Germany for his next assignment, forming and training the 12th SS Panzer Division, Hitlerjugend. The division would be unique in German military history, comprised entirely of volunteers born in 1926, boys who'd grown up under Nazi regime and joined the Hitler Youth as early as age 10. These teenagers had been indoctrinated since childhood in Nazi ideology, trained in pre-military programs, and volunteered enthusiastically for Waffen-SS service when they reached 17. Himmler and the SS leadership envisioned creating ultimate warrior formation, combining youth's physical capability with ideological fanaticism and modern military training. Meyer, at 32, was selected to command the division's 25th SS Panzergrenadier Regiment, responsible for transforming 16-year-old recruits into combat-ready soldiers within 6 months. The training program Meyer implemented in Belgium through fall and winter 1943 was remarkable for its intensity and ideological content. Physical conditioning exceeded standard Wehrmacht requirements, with forced marches covering 50 kilometers, obstacle courses designed to cause casualties, and live-fire exercises conducted at ranges that risked friendly fire incidents. Meyer personally participated in training, running alongside recruits despite being twice their age, demonstrating tactical techniques rather than merely lecturing. This personal involvement created bonds between commander and soldiers that Wehrmacht officers rarely achieved, fostering loyalty that transcended normal military discipline. The teenagers didn't just respect Meyer, they idolized him as warrior ideal, someone who'd proven himself in combat and now shared his knowledge with them. The ideological indoctrination paralleled physical training. Meyer and other SS officers conducted regular sessions explaining racial theory, Jewish conspiracy, Bolshevik threat, and necessity of total victory. These weren't abstract lectures but practical applications to military situations. Soldiers learned that Soviet commissars deserved no quarter because they were political criminals, that Allied bombing of German cities justified harsh treatment of Anglo-American prisoners, that partisan warfare required collective punishment to prevent civilian support for resistance. The ideology wasn't separate from military training, but integrated completely, teaching that combat effectiveness required ideological commitment and that mercy toward racial enemies was weakness. Meyer believed this material thoroughly and communicated that conviction to impressionable teenagers who trusted his judgment completely. The tactical doctrine Meyer taught emphasized aggressive offensive action at every level. Junior NCOs received authority that Wehrmacht reserved for officers. Squad leaders were expected to identify opportunities and exploit them without waiting for orders. The goal was creating army of commanders rather than subordinates who followed orders mechanically. This decentralization required extensive training to ensure all ranks understood commanders' intent and could improvise within that framework. Meyer conducted endless exercises where junior leaders made decisions under pressure, rewarding aggression and initiative, while punishing hesitation. The result was organization where tactical decisions happened at lowest levels, enabling operational tempo that conventional hierarchical structures couldn't match. Equipment allocation to Hitlerjugend reflected SS political priority. The division received newest German weapons, Panther tanks with excellent armor and firepower, Panzer IV mediums, Stiger III assault guns, MG-42 machine guns, and Panzerfast anti-tank rockets. They had more armored vehicles and heavier weapons than most Wehrmacht divisions, demonstrating Himmler's determination that Hitlerjugend would be showcase formation, proving Waffen-SS military superiority. Meyer understood this material superiority was temporary advantage. Once committed to combat, equipment would be destroyed faster than replacements arrived. But for initial operations, Hitlerjugend possessed firepower that would shock Allied forces, expecting German forces weakened by years of attrition. The relationship Meyer built with Hitlerjugend soldiers was complex and disturbing. He genuinely cared about them as individuals, learning names, inquiring about families, showing interest in their welfare. This paternal concern coexisted with willingness to send them into combat situations that would kill substantial percentages. Meyer understood modern warfare's casualty rates. He'd seen multiple divisions destroyed on the Eastern Front. He knew that committing teenage soldiers to combat against experienced Allied forces would result in massive casualties. Yet he proceeded with training, designed to make them effective killers, apparently believing that their death served worthy cause. This combination of personal affection and instrumental willingness to sacrifice them reveals Meyer's complete internalization of Nazi ideology. Individual lives mattered less than collective racial struggle. The nickname Panzermeyer emerged during this period, recognizing Meyer's transition from reconnaissance specialist to armor commander. The designation combined his name with Panzer, German word for tank, suggesting identity fusion between man and machine. German military culture valued such nicknames when they captured essential qualities. Meyer's aggressive tank infantry tactics, his presence at forward positions in armored vehicles, and his emphasis on mechanized warfare all contributed to the identity. The nickname also served propaganda purposes, creating a heroic image that inspired soldiers and intimidated enemies. By spring 1944, when Hitlerjugend deployed to Normandy, Panzermeyer was known throughout the Waffen-SS as exemplar of aggressive leadership. Meyer's promotion to SS Obersturmbannführer, Lieutenant Colonel, in late 1943 formalized his regimental command authority. At 33, he commanded 4,000 soldiers, making him one of the youngest regimental commanders in German military. The promotion reflected both his tactical record and SS confidence that he'd molded Hitlerjugend's regiment into elite combat formation. Meyer had spent 6 months transforming teenagers into soldiers, indoctrinating them ideologically while training them tactically. The results would be tested in Normandy, where Meyer's regiment would demonstrate both remarkable combat effectiveness and systematic willingness to commit war crimes. The training had succeeded perhaps too well, creating soldiers who fought brilliantly but murdered prisoners without hesitation. The transformation from reconnaissance specialist to panzer commander represented Meyer's final evolution before Normandy. He'd mastered combined arms operations, learned to think operationally rather than purely tactically, and developed command style that maximized subordinate initiative within commander's intent. These abilities would make him a formidable opponent in Normandy's close terrain. But the ideological indoctrination Meyer had absorbed and transmitted made him war criminal as much as warrior. The teenage soldiers he'd trained had learnt that effectiveness in combat and brutality toward enemies were complementary rather than contradictory. When those soldiers encountered Canadian prisoners in June 1944, Meyer's training automatically applied. The executions weren't failures of discipline, but implementation of values. Meyer had instilled that enemies deserved no mercy, that prisoners were burdens rather than responsibilities, that toughness meant ruthlessness. Panzermeyer had created an instrument of tactical excellence and moral catastrophe, and he would lead it into battle, believing he'd done exactly what duty required. Fall 1943, Bivolo Training Ground, Belgium. 16,000 teenage boys, assembled in formation as Kurt Meyer addressed them for the first time as their regimental commander. These volunteers, born in 1926, represented Nazi Germany's ultimate gamble, replacing experienced soldiers lost in Russia with ideologically pure youth who'd known nothing but Hitler's regime. Meyer looked across ranks of boys, barely old enough to shave, many still growing into adult bodies, and saw raw material for elite combat formation. They'd volunteered enthusiastically despite Germany's deteriorating military situation, driven by ideology, adventure-seeking, or naive patriotism. Meyer's mission was transforming these children into soldiers capable of fighting veteran Allied forces in less than 6 months. The timeline was impossible by conventional standards, but Meyer had no intention of applying conventional standards. The recruits arrived already partially indoctrinated through Hitler Youth programs that had dominated their childhoods. From age 10 onward, they'd attended Hitler Youth meetings emphasizing physical fitness, military skills, and Nazi ideology. They'd participated in weekend camps, teaching land navigation, marksmanship, and small unit tactics. They'd memorized passages from Mein Kampf and speeches explaining racial theory. This foundation meant Meyer didn't need to convince them of Nazi worldview's validity. They believed completely. His task was channeling that belief into military effectiveness, teaching tactical skills, while reinforcing ideological commitment that would sustain them through combat's horrors. The combination would prove devastatingly effective and morally catastrophic. Physical training exceeded anything Wehrmacht recruits experienced. Meyer implemented forced marches covering 40 to 50 kilometers with full equipment, conducted in all weather conditions regardless of injury or exhaustion. Those who fell behind faced verbal abuse and threat of dismissal from the division. Obstacle courses included walls requiring assistance to climb, water crossings in winter temperatures, and simulated minefields using live explosives at safe but psychologically effective distances. The goal wasn't just physical conditioning but psychological hardening, teaching recruits to function despite exhaustion, fear, and discomfort. Meyer participated personally in much of this training, running alongside recruits decades younger, demonstrating that leadership meant sharing hardships rather than merely issuing orders from safety. This personal involvement created emotional bonds that conventional officer-subordinate relationships rarely achieved. Live fire training occurred at ranges and with realism that would be considered criminally negligent by modern standards. Meyer ordered artillery and machine gun fire placed within meters of advancing infantry, teaching them to continue moving despite suppression. Tank infantry coordination exercises had armor driving through infantry formations, while soldiers learned to work around moving vehicles. Night infiltration training used live ammunition to create psychological stress, approximating combat conditions. Training casualties occurred regularly. Soldiers injured by shrapnel, struck by vehicles, or wounded by accidental discharges. Meyer considered these casualties acceptable cost of realistic preparation, arguing that training deaths were investment preventing combat deaths. The logic ignored that many recruits were children legally too young for military service under international law. Tactical training emphasized decentralized command to extraordinary degree. Squad leaders, typically 19 or 20 years old, received authority normally reserved for platoon commanders. Meyer taught them to read terrain, identify enemy positions, coordinate fire and maneuver, and make rapid decisions without waiting for orders. This decentralization matched SS tactical doctrine, but required intensive training to implement effectively. Meyer conducted endless exercises where junior leaders commanded in simulated combat situations, facing unexpected complications requiring improvisation. Those who demonstrated initiative received praise and increased responsibility. Those who hesitated faced mockery and demotion. The process created organizational culture, valuing aggression over caution, rapid action over careful planning. Weapons training went beyond basic marksmanship to include every weapon system the division would employ. Infantry trained on MG-42 machine guns capable of 1,200 rounds per minute, learning to service stoppages under pressure and coordinate interlocking fields of fire. Anti-tank teams trained with Panzerfast rockets, learning to engage armor at suicidal ranges under 30 meters. Tank crews spent months mastering Panther and Panzer IV operation, learning to coordinate movement with infantry and respond to threats from multiple directions simultaneously. Artillery crews trained to respond to fire missions within minutes, rather than the longer response times typical of Wehrmacht units. This comprehensive weapons training created soldiers who understood combined arms warfare rather than simply their individual specialties. The ideological indoctrination paralleled and reinforced military training throughout the process. Meyer conducted regular sessions explaining that combat effectiveness required ideological commitment, that soldiers who understood why they fought performed better than those simply following orders. He taught that Germany was in existential racial struggle against Jewish Bolshevik conspiracy supported by Anglo-American capitalism. That defeat meant German extinction, justifying any methods necessary for victory. That mercy toward enemies was weakness that superior race couldn't afford. That Allied bombing of German cities had eliminated any moral obligation to treat enemy prisoners according to Geneva Conventions. These weren't aberrant views, but standard SS doctrine, material taught in every Waffen-SS training program and reinforced through years of Meyer's own experience. Meyer's teaching methods combined lecture, demonstration, and emotional manipulation. He described his Eastern Front experiences, portraying Soviet forces as subhuman hordes who fought without regard for casualties or conventions. He showed photographs of German civilian casualties from Allied bombing, asking recruits how they would feel if those were their families. He described captured SS soldiers allegedly tortured by Soviets, creating narrative that justified preemptive brutality as defensive necessity. These techniques were psychologically sophisticated for 1943, combining factual elements with interpretations designed to create emotional responses that overrode moral hesitation. The teenage recruits, lacking life experience to evaluate these claims critically, accepted Meyer's narrative completely. The commander-subordinate relationship Meyer cultivated was deliberately paternalistic. He positioned himself as experienced older brother leading younger siblings, someone who'd survived what they would face and could therefore be trusted completely. He ate in soldier mess halls rather than officer facilities, slept in barracks rather than private quarters, and participated in training exercises personally. This accessibility created intimacy unusual in military hierarchies, making recruits feel Meyer was personally invested in their survival and success. The emotional manipulation was deliberate and effective. When Meyer later ordered attacks, soldiers didn't question because they trusted he wouldn't waste their lives unnecessarily. When atrocities occurred near his headquarters, soldiers didn't believe Meyer would tolerate such actions unless they were justified. The trust Meyer cultivated became a weapon used against the soldiers themselves. Technical training included subjects, Wehrmacht, often neglected until soldiers reached combat: night operations, urban warfare, river crossings, breakthrough operations, defensive tactics, and withdrawal under pressure all received attention. Meyer understood from Eastern Front experience that wars were rarely won through offensive operations alone. Soldiers needed competence across tactical situations to remain effective when operations didn't proceed as planned. This comprehensive training elevated Hitlerjugend preparation above typical Wehrmacht standards, creating division theoretically capable of complex operations, despite personnel inexperience. The training's effectiveness would be demonstrated in Normandy, where Hitlerjugend fought with proficiency that shocked Allied intelligence analysts, who'd assumed teenage soldiers would be easily defeated. The transition from individual training to unit-level exercises occupied winter 1943 through 44. Companies conducted attack and defense exercises against simulated enemy forces. Battalions practiced coordination with attached armor and artillery. The regiment conducted multi-day field exercises simulating continuous operations with limited sleep and supplies. These exercises identified weakness in command relationships, coordination procedures, and logistical support, allowing corrections before combat deployment. By spring 1944, Meyer's regiment functioned with cohesion that typically required years to develop, the product of intensive training and carefully cultivated unit identity. The soldiers saw themselves as elite warriors, superior to Wehrmacht units, and certainly superior to Allied forces they'd soon face. Equipment issue in spring 1944 gave tangible evidence of SS political priority. Meyer's regiment received brand new vehicles, weapons with minimal wear, and sufficient ammunition for extensive training. This material superiority over Wehrmacht divisions was obvious and deliberate. Himmler's demonstration that Waffen-SS deserved preferential treatment because they were racial elite. Meyer understood this advantage was temporary. Combat would destroy equipment faster than replacement, and Germany's industrial capacity couldn't sustain material superiority indefinitely. But for Normandy campaign's opening phase, Hitlerjugend possessed firepower that would enable tactical successes disproportionate to soldiers' youth and inexperience. The final inspections before Normandy deployment revealed division Meyer had created 16,000 teenagers, physically hardened, tactically competent, equipped with modern weapons, and ideologically committed to Nazi victory regardless of personal cost. They believed completely in their cause, their commanders, and their superiority over enemies they'd soon fight. The training had succeeded in creating effective combat force. It had also created formation predisposed to war crimes through ideological indoctrination that taught racial enemies deserved no protection under laws of war. When these soldiers encountered Canadian prisoners in June, Meyer's training automatically applied. They'd learned that toughness meant ruthlessness, that effectiveness required eliminating threats rather than managing prisoners, that mercy was weakness. Their racial enemies would exploit. The executions at Ardenne Abbey and elsewhere weren't training failures, but training success, implementation of values Meyer had instilled systematically. Meyer stood before his regiment in May 1944, addressing them before deployment to Normandy. He told them they would face battle-hardened enemies with material superiority, that casualties would be heavy, that their performance would determine whether Germany survived or perished. The teenagers listened with expressions mixing excitement, fear, and determination. Meyer saw in their faces belief that he would lead them to victory, that their training had prepared them adequately, that their cause justified any sacrifice. He'd spent 6 months transforming children into warriors, and he'd succeeded completely. That they were also war criminals in training apparently didn't trouble his conscience. Meyer believed he'd done his duty, creating elite formation that would prove Waffen-SS superiority in combat. The moral catastrophe his training enabled would be revealed within days of their first combat. But by then Meyer would command these teenagers in battles that would make his reputation immortal and his guilt undeniable. May 1944, Normandy countryside. The 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend dispersed across farms and forests south of Caen, waiting for invasion everyone knew was coming, but no one could predict precisely. Kurt Meyer's regiment occupied positions near Ardenne Abbey, the medieval monastery that would become his headquarters and later his prosecution's key evidence site. The tactical situation was obvious. Allied forces would invade somewhere along France's northern coast, German forces would counterattack, and the outcome would determine whether Germany could prevent Allied establishment of sustainable beachhead. Meyer understood German strategic position was catastrophic. The Eastern Front consumed divisions Germany couldn't replace. Allied air superiority made daytime movement suicidal. Material shortages meant units operated below authorized strength. Yet Meyer remained confident that aggressive leadership and superior fighting quality could offset Allied numerical and material advantages. This confidence reflected either tactical brilliance or ideological delusion, possibly both simultaneously. The division's deployment reflected German High Command's confusion about Allied invasion plans. Hitler and many generals believed the invasion would target Pas-de-Calais, the shortest channel crossing, rather than Normandy. This miscalculation resulted in strongest German forces concentrated in wrong location, while Normandy received lighter coverage. Hitlerjugend positioned south of Calais was intended as mobile reserve, capable of responding to invasion anywhere along Normandy coast. But this role required authorization from OKW, Hitler's supreme headquarters, before the division could move. The command structure meant tactical reserves couldn't respond to tactical situations without strategic-level approval, introducing fatal delays that would allow Allied forces crucial hours to consolidate beachheads before German armor arrived in force. Meyer spent the waiting period conducting reconnaissance of potential battlefields. He drove to the coast repeatedly, studying beaches and approach routes, identifying positions where his regiment could establish ambush positions or launch counterattacks. He met with Wehrmacht coastal defense commanders, reviewing their positions and obstacles. These inspections revealed serious weaknesses. The Atlantic Wall was propaganda more than military reality. Strong points separated by kilometers of light defenses that determined attackers could breach. The static divisions manning coastal defenses consisted largely of older soldiers and conscripted Eastern Europeans with questionable loyalty. Meyer understood that if Allied forces broke through these coastal defenses with substantial forces, counterattacking into established beachheads would be costly and possibly futile. The Allied deception operations, Fortitude and Bodyguard, successfully convinced German intelligence that Normandy invasion would be diversionary attack preceding main assault at Pas-de-Calais. This strategic deception meant German forces in Normandy remained outnumbered even after D-Day, with Hitler refusing to release reserve divisions because he believed they'd be needed for the real invasion. Meyer lacked access to strategic intelligence, but he observed German dispositions and recognized that Hitlerjugend might face overwhelming opposition if the Allies concentrated forces. His tactical planning assumed local numerical inferiority, preparing to fight outnumbered while awaiting reinforcements that might never arrive. This planning demonstrated both realism about German weakness and confidence that training and equipment superiority could overcome numerical disadvantage. June 5 brought indications that invasion was imminent. Allied air activity intensified dramatically, bombing transportation networks and coastal defenses. French resistance increased sabotage operations, cutting telephone lines and attacking isolated German positions. Meyer placed his regiment on alert, ordering soldiers to remain near vehicles and weapons for immediate deployment. The standing order was clear. When invasion came, Hitlerjugend would counterattack within hours, hitting Allied forces before they established defensive positions, or brought heavy equipment ashore. Speed was essential. Every hour of delay allowed Allies to strengthen beachheads, making German counterattacks progressively more difficult and costly. The night of June 5 to 6 brought reports of Allied airborne operations inland from the coast. Meyer received fragmentary information about British and American paratroopers landing in scattered drops, causing chaos but lacking cohesion for major operations. German forces engaged airborne troops where they could, but darkness and confusion prevented coordinated response. Meyer wanted to move immediately, arguing that catching Allied forces during landing phase offered best chance for success. But movement orders didn't arrive. Hitlerjugend remained in assembly areas, waiting for authorization that required Hitler's personal approval. The Führer was sleeping, and his staff refused to wake him for what might be the diversionary attack intelligence predicted. This delay would prove catastrophic. Dawn on June 6th brought reports that exceeded German worst-case scenarios. Allied landings were occurring simultaneously across multiple beaches. Thousands of ships offshore were landing tens of thousands of troops. Allied air forces dominated the sky completely, attacking any German movement. The scale exceeded anything German intelligence had predicted. This wasn't diversionary attack, but full-scale invasion, and German coastal defenses were crumbling. Meyer monitored radio reports with growing frustration, knowing his division should be moving toward the beaches, but unable to act without authorization. Each passing hour allowed Allied forces to consolidate beachheads, making eventual counterattack progressively more difficult. Authorization to move finally arrived at 1430 hours, June 6th, over 8 hours after invasion began. Meyer's regiment began movement toward Caen immediately, but Allied air superiority made daytime movement nearly suicidal. Fighter bombers attacked any vehicle concentration, forcing German forces to disperse and move using roads sheltered by trees. The advance that should have taken 2 hours required 6 as units detoured around bombed bridges and cratered roads. Meyer rode forward in his command vehicle, observing Allied air dominance that German propaganda had assured them didn't exist. The Luftwaffe was absent, unable to challenge Allied air forces that operated with impunity. Meyer was moving toward battlefield, where his forces would lack air support, while enemies enjoyed complete air superiority. The tactical implications were obvious and disturbing. The regiment reached assembly areas south of Caen by nightfall, June 6th, having suffered casualties from air attack during movement but maintaining cohesion. Meyer established his command post at Ardenne Abbey, the medieval structure offering some protection from air attack, and excellent observation over approaches from the coast. From the Abbey's towers, Meyer could see smoke rising from coastal areas where Allied forces had landed. He could observe Allied naval gunfire falling on German positions. The situation was developing as he'd feared. Allied forces had established substantial beachheads, German counterattacks had failed to throw them back into the sea, and the window for preventing Allied consolidation was closing rapidly. Meyer's regiment would attack tomorrow, June 7th, but attacking established beachheads with armor and infantry was dramatically more difficult than hitting troops during landing operations. The orders for June 7th were aggressive attack toward Juno Beach, cut off Canadian forces that had penetrated deepest inland, and drive toward the coast to split Allied beachheads. Meyer understood this plan was optimistic. His regiment, even with attached armor, represented perhaps 4,000 soldiers attacking toward Allied forces, numbering in the tens of thousands with naval gunfire support and air superiority. Success required perfect execution, achieving surprise and Allied mistakes Meyer couldn't count on. Yet Meyer's confidence remained high. His soldiers were well-trained, well-equipped, and ideologically committed. They'd fight with intensity that Allied forces, Meyer believed, couldn't match. The racist ideology Meyer had internalized taught that German soldiers possessed superior fighting quality that could overcome numerical disadvantages. This belief would be tested beginning tomorrow morning. Meyer addressed his battalion commanders the evening of June 6th, explaining the tactical situation and operational plan. He emphasized speed and aggression, ordering immediate counterattacks against any Allied penetrations. He reminded them that Hitlerjugend's performance would be observed by entire German military, that this was their opportunity to validate SS claims to elite status. He said nothing about treatment of prisoners, but his command climate and previous statements had already established expectations. The ideological training emphasizing racial struggle and denying quarter to enemies had created environment where war crimes would seem natural rather than criminal. Whether Meyer explicitly ordered prisoner executions or merely created atmosphere where subordinates believed such actions were approved remains legally debated. The outcome was identical: systematic murder of Canadian prisoners beginning within hours of first combat. The night of June 6th through 7th was sleepless for Meyer's regiment. Soldiers checked equipment, loaded ammunition, and waited nervously for their first combat. Many wrote letters home, some expressing confidence while others betrayed fear underlying their training. Meyer moved among the positions, speaking with soldiers, projecting confidence he may or may not have felt completely. He understood tomorrow would be decisive for his reputation and his soldiers' survival. If the attack succeeded, his career would accelerate toward division command. If it failed, Hitlerjugend might be destroyed before proving itself. The teenage soldiers trusted Meyer completely, believing his experience would guide them through combat's chaos. That trust would lead many to death within hours, and others to participation in atrocities that would haunt survivors and victims' families for generations. June 7, 1944, approached with Meyer positioned at Ardenne Abbey, his regiment dispersed in attack positions, and Canadian forces advancing inland unaware they were moving into prepared ambush. The collision would demonstrate both Hitlerjugend's tactical effectiveness and their willingness to commit war crimes. Meyer had spent 6 months training these teenagers, implementing doctrine learned through 4 years of combat across Europe. That training would succeed brilliantly in military terms and catastrophically in moral terms. The ghost of Normandy was about to reveal himself to Allied forces who'd assumed German resistance would be disorganized and demoralized. Instead, they would face fanatics commanded by tactical genius, and the resulting battles would transform Normandy campaign from expected rapid advance into grinding attrition that lasted 2 months. Meyer's moment had arrived, and nothing in his training or ideology suggested he should fight any way except total war without moral constraints. June 7, 1944. 1400 hours, the Norman village of Orthy. Lieutenant Colonel Charles Petch led his North Nova Scotia Highlanders forward, with confidence born from yesterday's successful beach assault. His Canadians had landed on Juno Beach, pushed inland faster than any Allied unit, except perhaps the British at Sword Beach, and now owned this quiet farming village 8 kilometers from the coast. Intelligence had assured them German resistance was collapsing, that the defenders were demoralized conscripts and older men unable to mount coordinated defense. The Sherbrooke Fusiliers Sherman tanks accompanied the infantry, providing mobile firepower. Petch's objective was Kharkov airfield, another 4 kilometers south. The advance seemed routine, almost easy. Then the village exploded around them. Kurt Meyer had positioned his ambush with precision informed by 4 years of combat experience. His Panther tanks and Panzer IVs occupied hold-down positions south of Orthy, visible only when they fired. His Panzer Grenadiers held concealed positions in stone farmhouses and hedgerows flanking the Canadian advance route. The MG-42 machine guns, capable of 1,200 rounds per minute, covered interlocking fields of fire that turned the open ground into kill zone. Meyer waited until Canadian forces were fully committed, armor and infantry intermixed on the road, before initiating contact. The first Panther round destroyed the lead Sherman at 1,500 meters, range where Canadian 75mm guns were ineffective. The second round destroyed another Sherman. Then the entire ambush erupted simultaneously. The Canadian advance disintegrated in minutes. Shermans burned as German armor engaged from positions Canadians couldn't effectively return fire against. Infantry tried dispersing into fields, but encountered machine gun fire from multiple directions. Radio communications filled with desperate calls for support, artillery, airstrikes, anything to suppress the German positions. But Allied air support couldn't respond immediately, and artillery required time to range targets. The North Nova Scotia Highlanders were fighting alone against enemy forces whose presence intelligence hadn't detected. Within 20 minutes, half of Petch's leading companies were casualties. Canadian soldiers who'd been advancing confidently toward objectives were now fighting desperately for survival, seeking any cover while German fire destroyed vehicles and cut down exposed infantry. Meyer observed the ambush from forward position near his regiment's command post, radio linking him to battalion commanders coordinating the attack. This was the moment his training emphasized aggressive leadership from forward positions, personal presence that inspired subordinates, and allowed real-time tactical decisions. Meyer could see Canadian forces reacting to his ambush, could observe their attempts at organized withdrawal, could identify opportunities for pursuit. He ordered his Panzer Grenadiers to assault, coordinated with armor support. The German infantry moved forward aggressively, their training evident in tactical execution that combined fire and maneuver exactly as Meyer had taught them. These teenage soldiers in combat for the first time fought with veteran-level coordination that should have been impossible. The battle expanded toward Buron, another village where Canadian forces tried establishing defensive positions. Meyer's armor pursued aggressively, Panther tanks destroying Canadian Shermans at ranges where return fire was ineffective. The technical superiority of German armor was overwhelming. Panthers had 80 mm of frontal armor that Canadian 75 mm guns couldn't penetrate at normal combat ranges. German 75 mm guns could destroy Shermans at ranges exceeding 2,000 meters. The technological imbalance meant Canadian armor fought at severe disadvantage, requiring multiple Shermans coordinating to destroy single Panther, and coordination was impossible in ambush's chaos. The Sherbrooke Fusiliers lost 28 of 60 tanks in the day's fighting, catastrophic losses that effectively eliminated the regiment as fighting force. Canadian prisoners began accumulating in Meyer's rear areas as German forces overran positions. Standard military procedure required securing prisoners, providing medical care, and transferring them to POW collection points for interrogation and internment. Instead, something very different occurred. Canadian soldiers who surrendered found themselves marched toward German rear areas, hands raised or bound, expecting interment but facing execution. The first murders occurred within hours of combat's beginning, German soldiers shooting prisoners in small groups, sometimes individually. The execution sites clustered around Ardenne Abbey, Meyer's command post, where bodies would later be discovered in the garden and nearby fields. At least 20 Canadian soldiers died there, shot at close range, their bodies hastily concealed. The question of Meyer's direct involvement remains historically contested but legally resolved. Meyer claimed after the war that he knew nothing about prisoner executions, that subordinates acted independently without his knowledge or approval. This defense faced multiple problems. The executions occurred within 200 meters of his command post. They happened during day and evening of June 7th, when Meyer was present at the Abbey. Multiple execution sites and systematic pattern suggested coordination rather than spontaneous acts. Most fundamentally, Meyer had created command climate through training and rhetoric that made prisoner execution seem acceptable or even commendable to subordinates seeking his approval. Whether Meyer personally pulled triggers or issued explicit orders, his command responsibility was clear under military law. The tactical success Meyer achieved on June 7th was undeniable. His regiment had ambushed and largely destroyed Canadian forces that outnumbered him, had recaptured Orthy and Buron, and had driven Canadian forces back toward Juno Beach. Allied intelligence officers reviewing the day's action revised their assessments dramatically. German resistance wasn't collapsing. The units facing Canadians south of Kalaman weren't demoralized conscripts, but elite formation fighting with tactical sophistication that exceeded most Wehrmacht units. The presence of Hitlerjugend division, unknown to Allied intelligence until prisoners confirmed it, explained the unexpected resistance intensity. These teenage soldiers fought with coordination and aggression that contradicted every assumption about German military decline. The evening of June 7th brought attempted Canadian counterattack toward Buron, effort to recover lost ground, and rescue wounded. Meyer's forces repelled this attack, inflicting additional casualties while maintaining positions gained during day. The fighting continued into nightfall, with neither side able to achieve decisive advantage. Meyer's regiment held Orthy and Buron against Canadian forces that possessed numerical superiority but couldn't coordinate effective assault against prepared German defences. The tactical stalemate demonstrated both Hitlerjugend effectiveness and Allied difficulties adapting to German defensive tactics. The Canadians had trained extensively for amphibious assault, but less so for attacking dug-in positions defended by armour and infantry in combined arms coordination. June 8th brought renewed Canadian efforts to break Meyer's defensive line. This time Allied forces had artillery support and limited airstrikes, attempting to suppress German positions before infantry advanced. Meyer responded with characteristic aggression, launching counterattacks whenever Canadian forces attempted consolidating gains. His Panthers and Panzer IVs operated in pairs, one providing overwatch while the other maneuvered, techniques Meyer had drilled repeatedly during training. The German infantry maintained cohesion despite casualties, replaced losses with reserves, and held critical positions against repeated assaults. The fighting's intensity exceeded most participants' experience. Even veterans from earlier campaigns found Normandy combat uniquely brutal. The prisoner executions continued through June 8th and subsequent days, expanding beyond Ardenne Abbey to other locations in Meyer's sector. The victims included soldiers from multiple Canadian units, suggesting systematic pattern rather than isolated incidents. Survivors who escaped execution reported German soldiers shooting prisoners after brief intervals of captivity, sometimes while other German soldiers watched without intervening. The murders violated every convention of warfare, represented war crimes under any legal framework, and established Meyer's division as criminal organization within days of first combat. The Canadian military government investigators, who later examined execution sites, documented forensic evidence that overwhelmingly supported survivor testimony and established clear pattern of systematic murder. The tactical situation by June 9th demonstrated Meyer had achieved defensive success, but couldn't exploit it offensively. His regiment held ground against Canadian forces, but lacked strength to drive toward the coast and eliminate beachheads. Allied reinforcements arrived continuously, while German reserves remained trapped by Hitler's belief that Pas-de-Calais invasion was still coming. Meyer's defensive line south of Calais became semi-permanent, contested daily but relatively stable. The strategic situation favored Allies, who controlled timing and reinforcement pace. Meyer had proven his tactical brilliance, but couldn't alter strategic realities that doomed Germany regardless of individual commanders' abilities. The battles around Orthy and Buron introduced Allied forces to Meyer's tactical approach. Aggressive defense utilizing superior tactics and equipment to defeat numerically superior enemies. Canadian soldiers learned that advancing against Hitlerjugend required careful preparation, overwhelming fire support, and acceptance of heavy casualties. The easy advance from Juno Beach inland had ended in blood at Orthy. Future operations would require a fundamentally different approach, acknowledging that German forces in Normandy included elite formations capable of sustained resistance. Meyer had announced his presence on the Understanding Kurt Meyer requires confronting uncomfortable question that historians and legal scholars have debated for 80 years. Was he true ideological Nazi believer, or cynical opportunist who manipulated ideology for career advancement? The distinction matters legally, because intentional war crimes motivated by ideology carry different moral weight than opportunistic crimes committed for personal gain. It matters historically, because understanding Meyer's motivations illuminates how ordinary individuals become willing participants in extraordinary evil. And it matters philosophically, because the answer shapes whether we view Meyer as uniquely dangerous fanatic or representative of broader human capacity for rationalized brutality. The evidence suggests he was both simultaneously true believer who also recognized ideology's career advantages, making him more dangerous than either type alone would be. Meyer's entry into the SS in September 1930, before Nazi seizure of power, suggests genuine ideological commitment rather than opportunistic bandwagon jumping. Paramilitary organization that state police were actively trying to suppress required conviction that movement would ultimately triumph despite current weakness. Opportunists joined after January 1933 when Nazi victory was secure. Meyer joined when membership required risk, when the SS numbered under 3,000 rather than millions, when alignment with Hitler might end in prison rather than power. This early commitment indicates belief in Nazi ideology at fundamental level, acceptance of worldview that divided humanity into racial categories and prescribed violence as legitimate political tool. The counter-argument emphasizes Meyer's working-class background and limited educational opportunities. For someone from his circumstances, the SS offered dramatic social mobility impossible through conventional channels. The organization promised that racial purity and demonstrated commitment could overcome class limitations, that working-class men could achieve positions traditionally reserved for aristocracy. This upward mobility potential suggests Meyer's motivations were pragmatic as much as ideological. He joined organization that offered advancement opportunities unavailable elsewhere, and his subsequent career validated that calculation. Whether he believed Nazi racial theory completely or simply acted as if he did becomes difficult to determine when material incentives align with ideological requirements. Meyer's combat behavior provides ambiguous evidence regarding ideological commitment. His tactical aggression and leadership style reflected professional military competence as much as fanatical belief. The aggressive reconnaissance tactics, the decentralized command philosophy, the personal leadership from forward positions, these characteristics could exist within professional officer who lacked ideological commitment. Wehrmacht commanders who rejected Nazi ideology still fought effectively using similar tactics. Meyer's military effectiveness doesn't prove or disprove ideological fanaticism. It demonstrates he was a skilled officer who happened to serve criminal regime, but skilled service doesn't automatically indicate belief in regime's ideology. However, Meyer's participation in and facilitation of war crimes suggests ideological alignment beyond mere professional service. Professional soldiers serving criminal regimes can maintain distinction between military operations and criminal orders, refusing participation in atrocities while continuing legitimate combat operations. Meyer never demonstrated such distinction. He participated in security operations in Poland, the Balkans, and Russia that violated laws of warfare. He created command climate in Normandy, where prisoner executions occurred systematically near his headquarters. He trained Hitlerjugend recruits using rhetoric emphasizing racial struggle and total war. This pattern suggests internalization of Nazi ideology that redefined war crimes as legitimate military operations, exactly what SS indoctrination intended to achieve. The ideological content of SS training Meyer received provides critical context. SS officer candidates attended Junkerschulen, elite schools combining military instruction with intensive ideological indoctrination. Candidates studied racial theory, Jewish conspiracy narratives, Bolshevik threat assessments, and necessity of ruthless action against Germany's enemies. The curriculum wasn't academic exercise, but practical application to military situations. Students learned to identify commissars for execution, to implement collective punishment against partisan supporting populations, to view racial enemies as subhuman threats requiring elimination. Meyer received this training and apparently embraced it, later transmitting similar content to Hitlerjugend recruits he commanded. This transmission suggests belief rather than mere compliance, that Meyer accepted SS ideology sufficiently to teach it to impressionable teenagers. Meyer's post-war writings and testimony complicate rather than clarify his ideological commitment. His memoirs, Grenadier, published in 1956, present him as professional soldier focused on tactical operations while minimizing ideological content and ignoring atrocities completely. This self-portrayal served obvious purposes, rehabilitating his reputation, minimizing war crimes, and aligning with post-war German narrative that Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS were honorable soldiers rather than Nazi criminals. But the memoir's evasiveness doesn't prove Meyer lacked ideological commitment during the war. It demonstrates his recognition that admitting such commitment post-war would harm his social rehabilitation. The memoirs are propaganda, useful for understanding how Meyer wanted to be remembered, but unreliable regarding his actual beliefs during combat operations. The psychological assessments conducted by Allied interrogators provide external perspective on Meyer's personality and beliefs. Interrogation reports describe him as intelligent, charismatic, and evasive regarding political topics. When asked about Nazi ideology, Meyer typically deflected to military matters or claimed he was soldier rather than politician. This evasiveness was tactical, protecting himself legally while maintaining dignity. But interrogators noted Meyer's confidence even in defeat, his apparent lack of guilt regarding actions, and his tendency to justify brutality as military necessity. These observations suggest someone who'd internalized justifications for his conduct so thoroughly that he genuinely didn't recognize them as crimes. This psychological state, believing one's criminal actions were justified, is characteristic of successful ideological indoctrination. The comparison with other SS officers suggests Meyer occupied middle ground between fanatical true believers and cynical opportunists. Figures like Reinhard Heydrich or Adolf Eichmann demonstrated ideological commitment approaching religious fanaticism, viewing Nazi policies as historical necessity, transcending individual morality. Others like Otto Skorzeny or Joachim Peiper seemed more professionally focused, implementing criminal orders without apparent ideological enthusiasm. Meyer demonstrated characteristics of both types: sufficient ideological belief to justify criminal actions combined with professional competence that made him effective military commander. This combination was particularly dangerous because it united tactical effectiveness with moral indifference, creating officers who committed war crimes efficiently while maintaining self-image as honorable soldiers. The recruitment and training of Hitlerjugend division reveals Meyer's ideological role most clearly. He wasn't simply commanding soldiers, but indoctrinating children, combining military training with Nazi ideology transmission. Meyer personally conducted sessions explaining racial theory, Jewish conspiracy, and necessity of total war. He told 16-year-olds that mercy toward racial enemies was weakness, that Soviet commissars deserved execution, that conventional morality didn't apply in existential struggle. This wasn't material. Meyer was forced to teach against his beliefs. This was ideology he'd absorbed and was enthusiastically transmitting to next generation. The systematic nature of this indoctrination, the energy Meyer invested in it, and the content's alignment with SS doctrine all suggest genuine ideological commitment rather than perfunctory compliance. The treatment of prisoners provides most damning evidence regarding Meyer's ideological beliefs. Professional soldiers can maintain distinction between combat operations and prisoner treatment, continuing to fight effectively while respecting surrendered enemies' rights. Ideological warriors view prisoners through racial lens, treating them as enemies whose lives retain no value after military threat ends. Meyer's command climate produced systematic prisoner executions that reflected ideological warfare rather than military necessity. No tactical advantage required murdering Canadian soldiers after they'd surrendered and been searched. The executions served ideological purpose, demonstrating contempt for racial enemies and reinforcing among Meyer's troops that mercy was weakness. This pattern reflects internalized ideology rather than opportunistic criminality. The counter-argument that Meyer was simply following orders collapses under examination of his tactical independence. Meyer frequently operated beyond explicit orders, using commanders' intent to justify independent action. He demonstrated initiative, creativity, and willingness to deviate from standard procedures when tactical situations demanded. Yet regarding criminal orders, Meyer apparently never exercised this independence to prevent atrocities. He didn't use his tactical flexibility to protect prisoners or prevent executions. This selective obedience, initiative in tactical matters, compliance in criminal ones, suggests alignment with criminal orders rather than reluctant following. Officers who disagreed with criminal orders found ways to evade them while maintaining plausible deniability. Meyer demonstrated no such evasion, suggesting agreement with underlying ideology. The debate over Meyer's ideological commitment ultimately reveals false dichotomy. He was both true believer and opportunist, because Nazi ideology offered worldview that aligned personal advancement with racial violence. For someone like Meyer, believing Nazi ideology was simultaneously moral choice and career strategy. The SS selected for officers who demonstrated both ideological reliability and military competence, promoting those who excelled at both. Meyer's career success resulted from his ability to combine tactical brilliance with enthusiastic implementation of criminal policies. He believed sufficiently to justify atrocities to himself, while recognizing that such implementation enhanced career prospects. This fusion of ideology and opportunism created officers more dangerous than either purely ideological fanatics or purely cynical careerists would be. The psychological mechanisms enabling Meyer's self-justification illuminate how ordinary individuals commit extraordinary crimes. Meyer apparently believed his actions were justified by Germany's existential struggle, that enemy prisoners deserved no protection because they threatened German survival, that conventional morality was luxury Germany couldn't afford. This worldview wasn't psychopathic lack of empathy, but ideological reframing that redefined murder as duty. Meyer could show affection toward his teenage soldiers while ordering them into suicidal attacks, because ideology taught that individual lives mattered less than collective racial survival. He could execute prisoners without apparent guilt, because ideology taught that racial enemies' lives held no value. This ideological framework provided complete justification system that eliminated guilt while enabling systematic criminality. The question whether Meyer was believer or opportunist matters less than recognition that both motivations produced identical outcomes. Whether Meyer murdered Canadian prisoners because he believed Nazi racial ideology, or because he understood career advancement required demonstrating ruthlessness, the prisoners died identically. Whether he indoctrinated Hitlerjugend teenagers from genuine conviction or cynical manipulation, those teenagers committed atrocities identically. The debate over Meyer's inner beliefs is historically interesting, but morally irrelevant to his victims. What matters legally and ethically is his actions, systematic war crimes committed over 5 years across multiple theaters, reflecting pattern of criminal conduct that no claimed ideological sincerity can justify, and no opportunistic explanation can excuse. Meyer's case demonstrates that perpetrators of systematic evil often combine ideological commitment with practical opportunism, making them simultaneously true believers and cynical manipulators. This combination characterizes many Nazi officials and SS officers who implemented Holocaust and other Nazi crimes. They believed sufficiently to justify their actions, while recognizing that enthusiastic implementation advanced careers. Meyer fit this pattern perfectly. Early ideological commitment demonstrated by joining SS before Nazi power, career advancement through provinces requiring criminal conduct, systematic implementation of illegal orders, and post-war evasiveness, suggesting recognition that admitting ideological commitment would harm rehabilitation. He was believer enough to commit war crimes without apparent guilt, and opportunist enough to deny ideological motivation when facing consequences. This combination made him representative of broader phenomenon, ordinary men becoming mass murderers through ideology that aligned personal ambition with systematic evil. June 10, 1944. The Norman village of Normandy, 6 kilometers northwest of Caen. Kurt Meyer crouched in an observation post, binoculars trained on Canadian forces regrouping after 3 days of brutal combat. His Hitlerjugend division had stopped the Allied advance cold, but Meyer understood this was temporary success, masking strategic disaster. Allied forces controlled the beaches completely, reinforcements arrived hourly, and German reserves remained paralyzed by Hitler's insistence that Pas-de-Calais invasion was still coming. Meyer commanded approximately 15,000 soldiers facing 3 Allied divisions, totaling over 80,000 men. The Allies possessed 4-to-1 advantage in tanks, 8-to-1 in artillery, and complete air superiority. Yet Meyer's mission was holding Caen indefinitely against this overwhelming force. The task was impossible by conventional military logic, but Meyer had spent 4 years learning that aggression and superior tactics could temporarily overcome numerical disadvantage. For 6 weeks, he would prove that lesson correct while Allied casualties mounted and strategic timetables collapsed. The defensive system Meyer implemented reflected sophisticated understanding of mobile defense doctrine. Rather than constructing continuous trench lines that invited Allied artillery bombardment, he positioned forces in mutually supporting strong points with mobile reserves concentrated for immediate counterattacks. The forward positions traded space for time, conducting fighting withdrawals when Allied pressure became overwhelming. The reserve forces, typically armor and motorized infantry, counterattacked whenever Allied forces penetrated beyond supporting artillery range. This elastic defense frustrated Allied commanders accustomed to breakthrough operations where initial penetrations could be exploited into operational success. Against Meyer's defense, every penetration triggered immediate violent counterattack that restored German lines, or at minimum prevented Allied consolidation. The terrain around Caen favored defense dramatically. Norman bocage country featured small fields separated by thick hedgerows on raised earthen banks, creating natural fortifications every 100 meters. Stone farmhouses provided ready-made strongpoints. Sunken roads offered concealed movement routes. Villages became fortresses, requiring house-to-house combat to clear. Meyer exploited this terrain brilliantly, positioning machine guns to cover multiple hedgerow gaps, placing anti-tank guns where approaching armor would present vulnerable flanks, coordinating artillery to strike pre-registered kill zones. The Canadians and British attacking through this terrain found every advance measured in meters rather than kilometers, every field requiring separate assault, every hedgerow hiding German positions. Meyer's use of armor exemplified mobile defense principles. Rather than distributing tanks along defensive lines where they'd be destroyed piecemeal, he concentrated them in reserve locations safe from artillery observation. When Allied forces achieved penetrations, Meyer's Panthers and Panzer IVs counterattacked in company or battalion strength, hitting Allied armor before it could consolidate gains. The technical superiority of German tanks created tactical advantages that partially offset numerical inferiority. A single Panther could destroy multiple Shermans before being knocked out, and Meyer used this advantage ruthlessly. His armor crews became expert at shoot-and-scoot tactics, firing from positions that maximized their range advantage, then withdrawing before Allied artillery could respond. The Canadians learned that breaking through initial German positions meant little if counterattacking panzers recaptured lost ground within hours. Operation Perch. The British attempt to envelop Caen from the west in mid-June demonstrated Meyer's defensive mastery and German organizational dysfunction simultaneously. The British 7th Armoured Division, the famous Desert Rats, attacked toward Villers-Bocage, seeking to bypass Caen's fortified approaches. On June 13th, British armor penetrated deep into German rear areas, threatening divisional collapse. But German response, particularly Michael Wittmann's famous ambush that destroyed dozens of British vehicles, stopped the advance. Meyer's forces, though not directly involved in Wittmann's action, contributed to the defensive success by maintaining pressure on British flanks. The operation collapsed by June 14, demonstrating that even successful Allied penetrations couldn't be sustained against aggressive German counterattacks. Meyer learned from Perch that Allied commanders were cautious, that breakthrough attempts could be defeated through immediate violent response, and that German defensive tactics could offset material disadvantages if executed properly. The human cost of Meyer's defensive success was staggering on both sides. His Hitlerjugend division suffered approximately 60% casualties by early July, losing over 12,000 men from original 20,500. Canadian forces facing Meyer's sector took proportionally heavy losses, with battalions reduced to company strength after repeated assaults. The Bocage fighting produced casualties reminiscent of First World War attrition, with gains measured in hundreds of meters costing hundreds of lives. Meyer replaced losses with untrained replacements, rushed from Germany, boys aged 16 and 17 thrown into combat with minimal preparation. These replacements died at catastrophic rates, lacking the training that had made Hitlerjugend initially effective. Yet somehow Meyer maintained defensive cohesion, holding positions that Allied planners had assumed would fall within days. Operation Epsom, launched June 25, represented British attempt to envelop Caen from the west, using 3 divisions in sustained offensive. Scottish infantry and armour attacked toward River Ardenne, seeking to establish bridgehead that could threaten Caen from the rear. Meyer's forces held the eastern flank of this attack, facing repeated assaults by fresh British divisions. The fighting reached intensity that exceeded anything Meyer had experienced, including the Eastern Front. British artillery fired over 700,000 shells supporting the offensive. Allied aircraft flew thousands of sorties attacking German positions. Yet Meyer's battered division held, launching counterattacks that prevented British consolidation despite overwhelming Allied material superiority. The battle raged for 6 days before British forces withdrew, having failed to achieve breakthrough despite massive resource investment. Meyer's command style during these defensive battles earned both admiration and criticism. He commanded from forward positions constantly, exposing himself to fire that killed subordinate commanders regularly. This personal bravery inspired soldiers but risked command disruption if Meyer were killed or wounded. He made rapid decisions based on incomplete information, committing reserves aggressively to counterattack opportunities that more cautious commanders would ignore. Sometimes this aggression succeeded brilliantly, other times it squandered limited reserves in attacks that failed to restore positions. But Meyer's philosophy prioritized aggressive action over cautious preservation of force, believing that initiative and momentum mattered more than casualty ratios. This approach was quintessentially SS doctrine: attack whenever possible, accept heavy casualties, maintain offensive spirit even in defensive operations. The coordination between Meyer's division and supporting Wehrmacht units revealed both German military proficiency and organizational problems. German artillery, though outnumbered dramatically, responded rapidly to fire missions and delivered accurate support that multiplied infantry effectiveness. German combat engineers constructed extensive field fortifications and obstacle systems that channeled Allied advances into kill zones. But coordination between SS and Wehrmacht units was imperfect, with rivalry and competing command structures creating friction. Meyer operated within SS chain of command that paralleled rather than integrating with Wehrmacht hierarchy, causing coordination problems when operations required joint action. These organizational dysfunctions didn't prevent tactical success, but suggested that German defensive effectiveness owed more to small unit competence than operational level excellence. The air superiority enjoyed by Allied forces created constant challenge that Meyer's tactical skill couldn't overcome. During daylight hours, German movement was nearly impossible. Vehicles traveling exposed roads faced immediate air attack. Troops in open terrain endured constant strafing runs. Resupply operations required waiting for darkness, limiting logistical throughput. Meyer's forces learned to operate nocturnally, conducting reliefs, repositioning reserves, and bringing forward ammunition under cover of darkness. This adaptation maintained defensive effectiveness, but exhausted soldiers who couldn't rest during daylight because Allied artillery targeted any detected positions. The psychological toll of operating without air cover, knowing that any mistake attracting air attention meant death, contributed to mounting casualties and declining morale, even among previously fanatical teenagers. The battle for Kharkov Airfield, July 4th through 8th, demonstrated both Hitlerjugend's tactical competence and their deteriorating strength. Canadian forces launched Operation Windsor to capture the airfield, applying overwhelming artillery support and armor. Meyer's forces, reduced to perhaps 30% of original strength, defended the airfield complex with desperate determination. Every hangar became fortress, every building strongpoint, every crater defensive position. The Canadians eventually captured the airfield, but at severe cost, losing over 300 casualties in 4 days of fighting. Meyer's defense extracted maximum price for minimal ground, demonstrating that even depleted German forces could impose unsustainable casualties if Allied commanders accepted attritional fighting. The strategic irrelevance of Kharkov Airfield, too damaged for operational use, emphasized the campaign's devolution into meaningless bloodletting, where neither side achieved decisive results. Operation Charnwood, July 8th through 9th, brought overwhelming Allied force against Caen's northern defences. British and Canadian forces attacked behind massive aerial bombardment, but dropped over 2,500 tons of bombs on Caen, destroying much of the medieval city and killing thousands of French civilians. The bombardment was meant to devastate German defences, but instead created rubble that favoured defenders, turning every destroyed building into fortified position. Meyer's forces retreated through Caen in fighting withdrawal, contesting every street while avoiding encirclement. By July 9th, Allied forces controlled Caen north of the Orne River, but Meyer's division had escaped destruction, withdrawing south to continue resistance. The battle was tactical victory for Allies who'd captured their D-Day objective 33 days late, but operational disappointment because German forces remained intact and capable of continued resistance. The defensive success Meyer achieved from June 6 through early July came at catastrophic cost that German military couldn't sustain. Hitlerjugend had suffered over 70% casualties, losing most of its combat power. The division's armour was largely destroyed, its infantry battalions reduced to company strength, its artillery depleted of ammunition. Meyer had proven tactical brilliance could temporarily offset strategic weakness, but temporarily was the critical word. Allied replacement system brought forward fresh divisions, while German reserves remained non-existent. Equipment losses could be replaced for Allies but not for Germany. The defensive success bought time but couldn't alter fundamental strategic reality. Germany was losing Normandy campaign regardless of individual commanders' tactical abilities. Meyer had demonstrated he was master of mobile defense, but even masters eventually exhaust resources and face inevitable defeat. The relationship between Meyer's tactical excellence and his war crimes continued throughout this period. While brilliantly defending Caen, his command climate still produced prisoner executions and atrocities against French civilians suspected of supporting resistance. The tactical competence and criminal conduct coexisted without apparent contradiction in Meyer's worldview. He could plan sophisticated defensive operations while presiding over organization that murdered surrendered enemies. Professional military skill and moral barbarism weren't opposites in SS culture, but complementary aspects of ideal warrior. Meyer embodied this disturbing combination, proving one could be simultaneously tactical genius and war criminal. That effectiveness in combat didn't indicate ethical conduct in treatment of non-combatants and prisoners. The Allied assessment of Meyer and Hitlerjugend evolved substantially during these weeks of combat. Initial assumptions about teenage soldiers collapsing under pressure proved catastrophically wrong. Intelligence officers revised estimates about German defensive capabilities, recognizing that elite SS divisions could sustain resistance despite overwhelming Allied advantages. The name Panzermeyer appeared in intelligence summaries as identifying particularly dangerous commander whose aggressive tactics multiplied his force's effectiveness. Canadian and British units learned that attacking Meyer's sector required exceptional preparation, overwhelming fire support, and acceptance of heavy casualties. This recognition represented professional respect between enemies, acknowledgement that Meyer was a formidable opponent regardless of his organization's criminal nature and ideological repugnance. The 6 weeks of defensive operations from D-Day through mid-July represented Meyer's professional peak. He commanded larger forces in more complex operations than ever before, facing opponents with massive material superiority, and achieved tactical success that delayed Allied advance substantially. The British and Canadian forces planned to capture Caen within hours. They required over a month despite overwhelming advantages. This delay disrupted Allied strategic timetables, allowed Germans to reinforce Normandy, and created conditions for prolonged attritional campaign that neither side wanted. Meyer's contribution to this defensive success was substantial, though not solely responsible. His tactical skill, aggressive leadership, and ability to maintain unit cohesion despite catastrophic casualties marked him as exceptional combat commander by any objective military assessment. But tactical brilliance doesn't erase moral guilt, and Meyer's defensive masterpiece occurred while his organization committed systematic war crimes. Canadian investigators continued documenting execution sites, interviewing survivors, and building case that would eventually send Meyer to trial. The same period when Meyer demonstrated tactical genius was period when evidence of his command responsibility for atrocities accumulated systematically. History's judgment must acknowledge both aspects. Meyer was brilliant defensive commander and war criminal, talented military leader, and moral monster. The two characteristics coexisted in single individual, making him simultaneously admirable in narrow military sense and contemptible in broader moral context. Understanding Meyer requires holding both truths simultaneously, resisting temptation to let tactical excellence excuse criminality, or let criminality obscure genuine military competence. He was both, and that dual nature makes his case historically important and morally disturbing. June 16th, 1944. 1400 hours. Hitlerjugend Division Command Post south of Caen. An Allied artillery barrage, one of dozens that day, crashed down on the camouflaged headquarters location. Most shells exploded harmlessly in fields, but one scored direct hit on the command bunker where SS Brigade Führer Fritz Witt, the division commander, was conferring with his staff. The explosion killed Witt instantly, along with several staff officers, decapitating the division's leadership at the height of defensive operations. Kurt Meyer, commanding the 25th Panzergrenadier Regiment, several kilometers away, received radio notification within minutes. The message was terse: division commander killed, Meyer to assume temporary command immediately, formal orders following. Meyer was 33 years and 5 months old, about to become the youngest divisional commander in the entire German armed forces, thrust into strategic responsibility while under sustained Allied attack, with no transition period or preparation. The promotion was recognition of his tactical abilities and testament to German military's desperate personnel situation. Experienced commanders were dying faster than replacement system could train them. The immediate tactical situation Meyer inherited was precarious. The Hitlerjugend division held approximately 30 kilometers of front line facing 3 Allied divisions, with more in reserve. The division had suffered over 40% casualties in 10 days of continuous combat. Ammunition stocks were critically low because Allied air superiority prevented daytime resupply. Food and medical supplies were inadequate for the wounded, accumulating faster than evacuation could remove them. Meyer's promotion meant transitioning from regimental commander concerned with perhaps 4,000 soldiers to divisional commander responsible for over 20,000, from tactical operations spanning several kilometers to operational planning across entire sector. The learning curve was vertical, the stakes catastrophic, and the time available for adjustment was zero. Meyer had to function effectively as division commander immediately or watch his formation collapse under Allied pressure. Meyer's first actions demonstrated both his tactical competence and his limitations. He immediately visited subordinate commanders, assessing their situations personally rather than relying on staff reports. This direct approach was characteristic of Meyer's leadership style, but consumed time a division commander couldn't spare. He needed to think operationally, coordinating multiple regiments, managing logistics, and planning future operations, but his instincts remained tactical, focused on immediate battlefield situations. The transition from tactical to operational thinking is difficult for every officer, typically requiring years of staff assignments and education. Meyer had to make this leap instantly while under combat conditions that killed commanders who made mistakes. His survival and the division's continued cohesion suggested he adapted successfully, though likely through intuition and aggression rather than formal operational planning. The formal promotion to SS Brigade Führer arrived June 24th, making Meyer's temporary appointment permanent. The rank was equivalent to Brigadier General, one-star general officer rank that typically required decades of service to achieve. Meyer had earned it at 33 years, 6 months, becoming youngest German general by substantial margin. Most Wehrmacht and SS generals were in their 50s or 60s, products of career progression that moved officers through ranks over 30 years. Meyer had compressed that timeline dramatically through combination of talent, aggressive tactics, ideological reliability, and survivorship. Many officers with equal or greater ability had died in Russia, Poland, or France, creating advancement opportunities for survivors. Meyer's promotion was merit-based, but also reflected German military's catastrophic personnel attrition that forced promotion of young officers into positions they might not have reached in peacetime. The responsibilities of division command exceeded anything Meyer had previously experienced. He now managed logistics, personnel, intelligence, operations, and planning simultaneously. Division staff handled much of this work, but Meyer as commander bore ultimate responsibility. He attended course-level planning meetings where operational decisions affected multiple divisions, requiring him to think beyond his immediate situation. He coordinated with Luftwaffe liaison officers regarding air support that never materialized but still required requesting through proper channels. He managed relations with Wehrmacht units on his flanks, navigating SS Army rivalry that complicated coordination. These administrative and political dimensions of command contrasted sharply with tactical leadership Meyer excelled at, requiring skills he'd never needed as regimental commander. Meyer's youth created both advantages and complications in division command. Subordinate commanders who'd served under his predecessor had to adjust to a leader decades younger than traditional division commanders. Some embraced Meyer's aggressive style and personal leadership approach. Others questioned whether someone his age possessed judgment for strategic decisions. Meyer overcame skepticism through personal example, continuing to visit forward positions regularly, despite staff objections that losing division commander would be catastrophic. This visibility maintained his connection with soldiers who trusted him from training, but it also meant Meyer spent time on tactical situations rather than operational planning. The tension between tactical engagement and operational responsibility would persist throughout Meyer's division command, with Meyer never fully embracing the detachment that senior command typically required. The tactical situation deteriorated throughout late June despite Meyer's leadership. Operation Epsom brought overwhelming Allied force against the division's western flank, forcing Meyer to commit reserves he couldn't afford to lose. The defensive success in stopping British advance came at cost that Hitlerjugend couldn't sustain indefinitely. Meyer's command was slowly being ground down through attrition, losing irreplaceable, experienced personnel while receiving inadequately trained replacements. The division that had landed in Normandy with 20,500 soldiers was reduced to perhaps 8,000 combat effective by early July. Meyer's tactical skill was extracting maximum effectiveness from these remaining soldiers, but no amount of skill could replace losses or materially alter the strategic situation's fundamental unfavorability. Meyer's command style as division commander remained characteristically aggressive. He authorized and often personally led counterattacks whenever Allied forces achieved penetrations, maintaining offensive spirit even while conducting defensive operations. This aggression sometimes succeeded brilliantly, restoring critical positions before Allied forces consolidated. Other times it squandered limited reserves in attacks that failed to achieve objectives, while suffering casualties the division couldn't replace. The SS doctrine that valued offensive action over preservation of force remained Meyer's guiding principle. With mixed results, aggressive counterattacks maintained German tactical initiative and prevented Allied forces from consolidating gains, but the casualty costs accumulated inexorably toward eventual division destruction. The relationship between Meyer's division command and ongoing war crimes became more complex legally. As regimental commander, Meyer could arguably claim limited knowledge of executions occurring in other regimental sectors. As division commander, he bore responsibility for entire division's conduct, making willful blindness defense less credible. Prisoner executions continued in Hitlerjugend's sector throughout late June and early July, occurring across multiple regimental areas under Meyer's overall command. Canadian investigators would later argue that systematic pattern of executions across entire division proved command policy rather than isolated incidents. Meyer's defense would claim he was overwhelmed with tactical operations and couldn't supervise subordinate units' treatment of prisoners. The legal question was whether division commander bore responsibility for crimes committed throughout his command, especially when those crimes followed patterns suggesting policy rather than spontaneous violations. Meyer's communications with superior headquarters revealed his tactical realism clashing with Nazi strategic fantasy. He reported accurately that Hitlerjugend was being destroyed through attrition, that Allied material superiority was overwhelming, that German defensive success was temporary without major reinforcements. Superior headquarters, particularly Hitler's staff, dismissed these reports as defeatism, insisting that fanatical resistance would eventually break Allied will. Meyer understood that fanaticism couldn't overcome 8-to-1 artillery disadvantage and complete Allied air superiority, but higher command refused acknowledging realities that contradicted ideological assumptions. This disconnect between tactical commander's realism and strategic leadership's fantasy characterized German military throughout Normandy campaign, with consequences including continued commitment of forces to unwinnable situations. The burden of division command during sustained defensive operations affected Meyer physically and psychologically. He slept irregularly, often only 2 or 3 hours per night, as Allied attacks continued around the clock. He ate field rations when he remembered to eat at all, losing weight despite naturally lean physique. The stress of commanding while outnumbered and under constant attack aged him visibly, with subordinates noting grey appearing in his hair and lines deepening in his face. Yet Meyer maintained facade of confidence and aggression, projecting certainty that division would prevail despite overwhelming odds. This performance was necessary for maintaining subordinate morale, but the gap between public confidence and private realism must have created psychological strain. Meyer was intelligent enough to understand Germany was losing Normandy, and likely the war, but ideologically committed enough to continue fighting with maximum intensity regardless of strategic futility. The tactical successes Meyer achieved as division commander, stopping Operation Epsom, defending Kharkov, conducting fighting withdrawal through Caen, couldn't alter fundamental strategic reality. Allied forces controlled reinforcement timing, could accept casualties German military couldn't sustain, and possessed material resources that Germany lacked. Meyer's brilliant defensive tactics delayed Allied advance and inflicted heavy casualties, but delay and casualties weren't victory. They were temporary impediments to inevitable Allied success. Meyer fought as if tactical excellence could overcome strategic weakness, belief that characterized Wehrmacht and SS officers who'd experienced local successes while losing campaigns. This disconnect between tactical and strategic thinking reflected German military culture that valued operational art while ignoring logistical and industrial foundations that determined modern warfare's outcomes. Meyer's assumption of division command at 33 represented both personal achievement and systemic dysfunction. In functional military system, officers reach division command after decades of experience, extensive education, and progressive responsibility increases. Meyer's rapid promotion reflected SS's elevation of tactical aggression over systematic officer development, Germany's catastrophic casualties eliminating experienced commanders, and ideological reliability mattering as much as military competence. He was talented tactical commander, thrust into operational role he wasn't fully prepared for, achieving success through intuition and aggression rather than education and experience. That he functioned effectively despite inadequate preparation demonstrated both his abilities and the advantages of decentralized SS command culture that empowered junior officers to exceed traditional authority limits. The question whether Meyer was great division commander or merely adequate one thrust into impossible situation by circumstance admits no definitive answer. He held positions against overwhelming odds, maintained unit cohesion despite catastrophic casualties, and inflicted disproportionate losses on attacking Allied forces. These achievements suggest exceptional command ability, but he also made costly tactical mistakes, squandered reserves in failed counterattacks, and couldn't adapt strategic thinking beyond aggressive tactics that characterized his entire career. Great commanders balance aggression with conservation, risk-taking with preservation, tactical success with strategic positioning. Meyer demonstrated the former qualities consistently, but struggled with the latter. He was exceptional tactical commander, promoted beyond his optimal level, succeeding through talent and determination, while revealing limitations that more experienced commanders might have avoided. The period from June 16 through early July, when Meyer commanded Hitlerjugend division during its most intense combat, represented his professional apex and beginning of his eventual destruction. He proved he could command division-level operations effectively, despite youth and limited preparation. He demonstrated tactical abilities that earned grudging respect from Allied intelligence officers. But he also presided over continued war crimes that Canadian investigators documented systematically. The same weeks that brought Meyer to division command and professional recognition also accumulated evidence that would eventually send him to war crimes trial. His moment of greatest professional success was simultaneously period when his guilt became most clearly established. This duality defines Meyer's historical significance: brilliant commander and war criminal, talented soldier and moral failure, both simultaneously and inseparably. July 18, 1944. 0500 hours, Hitlerjugend Division Command Post, Bulge's Ridge south of Caen. Kurt Meyer had been awake for 36 hours, coordinating defensive preparations for the Allied offensive that every intelligence indicator suggested was imminent. The British Second Army was massing armour east of Caen, concentrations so obvious that even German reconnaissance with limited capability had detected them. Meyer commanded perhaps 6,000 combat-effective soldiers, facing 3 British armoured divisions with over 1,100 tanks. His division possessed perhaps 40 operational tanks, 30 assault guns, and scattered anti-tank guns positioned across 15 kilometers of front. The tactical mathematics were hopeless, but Meyer's mission was holding regardless of odds. Then the sky exploded. Over 2,000 Allied heavy bombers dropped 7,700 tons of explosives on German positions in 90 minutes, the heaviest aerial bombardment in tactical support of ground operations to date. Meyer's world became thunder, flame, and cascading earth, as the ground itself seemed to liquefy under bombardment's weight. Operation Goodwood was British attempt to break through German lines east of Caen, using armoured mass to achieve breakthrough that earlier operations had failed to accomplish. General Bernard Montgomery planned to commit 3 armoured divisions, Guards Armoured, 7th Armoured, and 11th Armoured in sequence, overwhelming German defences through sheer weight of metal. The bombing was supposed to destroy German defensive positions, allowing British armour to advance rapidly into open terrain south of Caen, where mobility advantages would enable operational exploitation. The plan assumed the bombing would be devastatingly effective, that German defenders would be destroyed or demoralized, that resistance would collapse under combined weight of aerial bombardment and armored assault. The plan did not account for Kurt Meyer. The bombing created lunar landscape of overlapping craters, destroyed vehicles, and obliterated positions. Meyer's forward positions were indeed devastated, with entire companies simply ceasing to exist as organized units. Communications were severed, observation posts were buried, artillery positions were destroyed. The bombing achieved its destructive purpose completely, but Meyer had anticipated this, positioning forces in depth with reverse-slope defenses that survived the bombardment. His critical anti-tank guns and remaining armor were positioned behind the ridgeline at Bulge, protected from aerial observation and direct bombardment effects. As the bombing lifted and British armor began advancing, Meyer's surviving forces prepared to demonstrate that material superiority alone couldn't overcome prepared defenses and superior tactical positioning. The British 11th Armoured Division advanced first, hundreds of tanks moving in formation that must have been awe-inspiring to observers. This was armoured warfare as theorists had envisioned it, massed tanks exploiting breakthrough, overwhelming defenders through shock and firepower. The division crossed the Orne River over bridges that British engineers had constructed, advancing through the bombed German positions with minimal resistance. By mid-morning, British armour had penetrated 8 kilometres, approaching Bulge's Ridge, where Meyer had positioned his main defensive line. British commanders believed they'd achieved breakthrough, that open road to Falaise lay ahead, that German defensive line had collapsed. They were catastrophically wrong. Meyer watched the British advance from his command post, timing his response precisely. His anti-tank guns remained silent as British armour approached, not revealing positions until targets were at optimal range. His Panthers and remaining Panzer IVs were positioned hull down behind the ridge, invisible to advancing British tanks. His infantry held positions in villages flanking the British advance route, prepared to isolate armour from supporting infantry. Meyer waited until British armour was fully committed, spread across open terrain with limited cover, before initiating engagement. Then his entire defensive system engaged simultaneously. The British armour ran directly into killing zone. Meyer had prepared. German 88mm anti-tank guns engaged at ranges exceeding 1,500 meters, where British 75mm guns were ineffective. Panthers fired from hull-down positions, hitting British Shermans and Cromwells before they could identify German positions. The British armour, compressed on limited advance routes by terrain and obstacles, presented target-rich environment where German gunners couldn't miss. Within minutes, dozens of British tanks were burning. Within an hour, the advance had stalled completely as surviving British armour sought cover that open terrain didn't provide. The breakthrough had become killing ground, and British commanders faced decision whether to continue attack into obvious meat grinder or acknowledge failure and withdraw. The fighting's intensity escalated throughout July 18th, as British forces committed additional units attempting to restore momentum. The Guards Armoured Division attacked Meyer's right flank, seeking to envelop the German position. The 7th Armoured Division attempted advancing through routes that avoided German strongpoints. Meyer responded by shifting his mobile reserves, his remaining armour moving between threatened sectors to counterattack penetrations. The Germans were outnumbered 10-1 in armour, but superior tactical positions and crew training created local advantages that offset numerical inferiority. Each British penetration triggered immediate counterattack that prevented exploitation. Each German position that British forces overran had been rigged with demolitions or covered by pre-registered artillery. The battle devolved into attritional slugging match exactly opposite of the mobile exploitation operation Montgomery had planned. The casualties mounted catastrophically on both sides. British tank losses for July 18th exceeded 200 vehicles, the worst single-day tank loss in British military history. Meyer's division suffered heavily as well, losing perhaps 2,000 soldiers and half its remaining armour. But the strategic outcomes differed dramatically. British could replace tank losses within days and personnel losses within weeks. Meyer's losses were irreplaceable. Each destroyed Panther, each killed experienced gunner, each expended anti-tank round was permanent loss that degraded future defensive capability. Meyer had won tactical victory, but at cost that guaranteed eventual defeat. He'd proven aggressive defense could stop Allied breakthrough attempts, but each defensive success consumed resources faster than Germany could replace them. July 19th and 20th brought continued British attacks, attempting to salvage something from Goodwood's failure. Meyer's exhausted forces held against repeated assaults, but defensive line was crumbling. Ammunition ran critically low. German artillery, heavily attrited by Allied counter-battery fire, couldn't support infantry effectively. Meyer's personal presence at forward positions was all that maintained cohesion in units that should have collapsed from exhaustion and losses. He moved constantly between threatened sectors, coordinating counterattacks, ordering last-ditch defenses, and personally leading attacks when no other leadership was available. This hands-on command style prevented collapse, but also meant Meyer couldn't focus on operational planning or coordination with higher headquarters. He was fighting as battalion commander while holding division command responsibilities, effective tactically but unsustainable operationally. The battle concluded July 20th with British forces having advanced approximately 7 kilometers at cost of over 400 tanks and 5,000 casualties. Montgomery claimed success, arguing that Goodwood had drawn German reserves away from American sector where breakout would eventually occur. Critics, including British military historians, subsequently judged Goodwood operational failure that achieved limited gains at disproportionate cost. Meyer's division had stopped 3 British armoured divisions, demonstrating that even depleted German forces could defeat Allied attacks when defenders held superior positions and attacking commanders committed armour without adequate infantry support. The battle validated Meyer's aggressive defensive doctrine while revealing its unsustainability against enemy possessing unlimited replacement capacity. The technological dimension of Goodwood revealed both German advantages and Allied adaptation capability. German tanks, particularly Panthers, possessed superior armor and firepower that created significant tactical advantages. A Panther could engage Shermans at ranges where return fire was impossible, and Panther frontal armor could survive hits from British tank guns at most combat ranges. But numerical superiority and tactical flexibility partially offset this technological disadvantage. British commanders learned to coordinate artillery, infantry, and armor more effectively, avoiding the armored charges into prepared positions that Goodwood had featured. The learning process was expensive in casualties and time, but Allied replacement capacity made this expensive learning affordable, while German forces lacked resources to sustain equivalent losses during their opponent's education. Meyer's after-action assessment, transmitted to Corps headquarters, was brutally realistic. He reported that Hitlerjugend had been effectively destroyed as fighting division, that continued resistance was possible only with major reinforcements, that German defensive success was temporary unless strategic situation changed dramatically. Higher headquarters acknowledged the report, but provided no reinforcements, instead ordering continued defense of current positions. Meyer understood this meant sacrificing his remaining soldiers in delaying actions that couldn't alter strategic outcomes. The ideological commitment that had sustained him throughout his career faced testing. Would he continue implementing orders he knew were strategically futile, sending teenage soldiers to certain death for temporary tactical success? Meyer's answer was unambiguous. He would fight with maximum intensity until destroyed or ordered to withdraw. The fanaticism that made SS effective also made them willing participants in their own destruction. The relationship between Goodwood's tactical events and ongoing war crimes investigation seems distant but was intimate. Canadian investigators documenting atrocities from June continued their work throughout July, accumulating evidence while Meyer fought defensive battles. The same command climate that produced tactical effectiveness also produced systematic prisoner executions. Meyer's preoccupation with defensive operations didn't prevent criminal conduct within his division, suggesting either that executions reflected policy Meyer had established earlier, or that his command had become sufficiently autonomous that criminal actions occurred without central direction. Either interpretation established command responsibility that would survive Meyer's protests, that he was too busy with tactical operations to monitor prisoner treatment. The psychological state of Meyer's soldiers during and after Goodwood reflected indoctrination's power and limits. The teenage soldiers, now experienced combat veterans after 6 weeks of sustained fighting, continued displaying tactical competence and aggressive spirit despite catastrophic casualties. The ideological training Meyer had provided sustained morale when material circumstances suggested collapse. But combat effectiveness was declining from exhaustion, reduced numbers, and inadequate replacements. The division that had stopped multiple Allied offensives was approaching culminating point where continued resistance would be impossible, regardless of leadership quality or ideological commitment. Meyer's genius was extracting maximum effectiveness from forces beyond their theoretical breaking point, but even genius faced physical and psychological limits that approaching rapidly. The Allied assessment of Meyer and Hitlerjugend evolved toward grudging professional respect through Goodwood and earlier battles. Intelligence officers analyzing German defensive performance acknowledged facing elite force commanded exceptionally. The teenager soldiers who Allied planners expected to collapse under pressure had instead fought with effectiveness exceeding most Wehrmacht divisions. British armor commanders learned that attacking Meyer's positions required overwhelming fire support, combined arms coordination, and acceptance of heavy casualties. This professional respect coexisted with awareness of Hitlerjugend's criminal conduct, creating complex view where enemies could be simultaneously respected for combat effectiveness and despised for moral behavior. This duality characterized Allied attitudes toward Waffen-SS generally, and Meyer specifically throughout remainder of campaign. Operation Goodwood represented Meyer's last major defensive success. The battle demonstrated his tactical brilliance one final time before the division's inevitable destruction in subsequent operations. He'd stopped 3 British armoured divisions with forces 1/10 their size, inflicting disproportionate casualties while holding critical terrain. But victory was Pyrrhic, purchasing temporary success at cost that guaranteed future defeat. Meyer had proven that tactical excellence could defeat operational-level offensives when defenders held advantages of position, training, and equipment quality. But he'd also proven that such defensive success was strategically meaningless when attackers possessed unlimited replacement capacity and defenders faced resource exhaustion. Goodwood was Meyer's masterpiece, and his funeral dirge, simultaneous demonstration of genius and futility that characterized German defensive operations throughout Normandy campaign. July 20th, 1944. Canadian military police officers carefully photographed bodies exhumed from a garden at Ardenne Abbey, south of Caen. The abbey had served as Kurt Meyer's headquarters during the campaign's opening weeks, and the garden contained improvised graves holding remains of Canadian soldiers executed after capture. The investigators counted methodically 20 bodies here, more in nearby fields, additional execution sites at Orthy, Buren, and other villages throughout Meyer's sector. Each body told identical story: hands bound with wire, single gunshot to the head, hasty burial. This was systematic murder, not combat casualties. The pattern was unmistakable. Someone had created an environment where executing prisoners was routine rather than exceptional. The investigators carefully documented everything, knowing this evidence would eventually support war crimes prosecutions. At the top of their target list was the commander whose headquarters had overlooked the primary execution site, SS Brigade Führer Kurt Meyer, currently fighting defensive battles 20 kilometers south. The Canadian war crimes investigation had begun immediately after June 7th, when surviving soldiers reported witnessing prisoner executions and discovering bodies of comrades murdered after capture. Lieutenant Colonel Bruce MacDonald, commanding No. 1 Canadian War Crimes Investigation Unit, assembled team of investigators, forensic specialists, and photographers to document atrocities systematically. The investigators followed behind advancing Canadian forces, interviewing survivors, locating execution sites, and exhuming bodies for forensic examination. The evidence accumulated rapidly and overwhelmingly: dozens of execution sites across Hitlerjugend sector, over 150 Canadian soldiers murdered after surrendering, survivor testimony describing systematic prisoner shooting. German documents captured later would establish Meyer's command presence at locations where executions occurred. The legal framework for prosecution existed. Despite war's continuation, the Geneva Conventions of 1929 established protections for prisoners of war that Allied nations had ratified. Violations constituted war crimes prosecutable under international law and military justice codes. Canadian military legal officers began building cases, even while combat operations continued, understanding that evidence collection during fighting was simpler than reconstruction after the fact. The investigators worked under fire occasionally, operating close enough to German lines that artillery occasionally targeted their positions. But they persisted, driven by a combination of legal duty and personal anger at murder of their countrymen. The evidence they accumulated would eventually become foundation for prosecution that would judge Meyer guilty and sentence him to death. Meyer's situation deteriorated rapidly in late July as Allied forces finally achieved breakthrough in western Normandy. Operation Cobra, the American offensive south of St. Lo, broke German defensive lines and created gap that American armor exploited. German forces in Normandy faced encirclement as American and Canadian forces drove toward Falaise from multiple directions. Meyer's Hitlerjugend division, reduced to perhaps 20% of original strength, faced being trapped in pocket that would likely destroy remaining German forces in Normandy. Hitler's orders forbade withdrawal, demanding fanatical defense regardless of encirclement threat. Meyer understood these orders meant destruction of his division and likely his own death or capture. The tactical genius who'd stopped multiple Allied offensives was about to be overwhelmed by strategic situation no tactical ability could overcome. The Falaise Pocket Battle, August 10th through 21st, represented warfare at its most desperate. German forces attempted breaking through Allied encirclement, while Allied forces tried closing the pocket completely. Meyer commanded what remained of Hitlerjugend in defensive operations and fighting withdrawal, moving constantly to avoid encirclement while maintaining enough cohesion to resist Allied pressure. The fighting reached intensity that made earlier Normandy battles seem mild. German forces abandoned heavy equipment, consolidated remnants of destroyed units, and fought primarily on foot with small arms and panzerfausts. Allied artillery fired constantly into the pocket, causing catastrophic casualties. Allied aircraft attacked anything moving during daylight hours. The pocket became abattoir, where organized military operations devolved into survival struggle. Meyer demonstrated exceptional leadership during the breakout attempts, personally leading attacks that kept escape routes open hours longer than should have been possible. He was everywhere simultaneously, appearing at threatened sectors with small groups of soldiers, launching counterattacks that temporarily restored situations. His presence maintained morale when material circumstances suggested complete collapse. He refused suggestions that he escape early, insisting on remaining with his soldiers until evacuation was possible. This personal courage was genuine and demonstrated loyalty to subordinates that transcended normal duty expectations. Yet this same commander had presided over systematic murder of prisoners weeks earlier, creating moral contradiction that observers then and historians since have struggled to reconcile. The escape from Falaise Pocket occurred August 19th through 21st, as remaining German forces made desperate breakthrough attempts. Meyer-led battle group consisting of Hitlerjugend remnants, mixed with survivors from other divisions, perhaps 300 soldiers from an original 20,000. They moved at night, navigating by compass through Allied lines, engaging in close-quarters combat when detected, and abandoning wounded who couldn't maintain pace. The breakout was a harrowing experience that left Meyer's force reduced further, but allowed survivors to escape encirclement. Meyer himself escaped on August 21st, crossing Allied lines during darkness and reaching German positions east of the Seine. He'd survived Normandy campaign that destroyed his division and killed over 80% of soldiers he'd trained. His tactical reputation was enhanced despite strategic defeat, positioning him for future commands despite catastrophic losses his division had suffered. The recommendation for Swords to the Knight's Cross came through while Meyer was escaping the Falaise Pocket, awarded August 27, 1944. The decoration was Germany's second highest military honor, awarded to only 159 recipients during entire war. Meyer received it for defensive operations around Caen and breakout from Falaise, recognition that his tactical leadership had been exceptional despite strategic failure. He was 33 years old, holder of decorations typically awarded to general officers much older, commander who'd proven himself across 5 years of continuous combat. But the same period that brought this recognition also brought mounting evidence for war crimes prosecution. The Canadian investigators had documented his crimes systematically, while Meyer was earning military honors. His moment of maximum professional recognition was simultaneously period when his eventual prosecution became certainty. Meyer's assignment after Normandy reflected SS determination to utilize proven commanders despite catastrophic losses. He returned to Germany with Hitlerjugend survivors, tasked with reconstituting the division using new recruits. The Reformation process occurred in fall 1944, with Meyer training another generation of teenagers using methods he'd employed in Belgium a year earlier. The ideological indoctrination continued, the physical training remained intense, and the tactical doctrine emphasized aggression and offensive spirit. But the strategic situation was incomparably worse than June 1944. Germany was being invaded from west and east simultaneously, its cities destroyed by bombing, its industry collapsing, its defeat inevitable to anyone thinking clearly. Yet Meyer continued training soldiers with same intensity, either believing Nazi propaganda about secret weapons that would change war's course, or simply unable to imagine alternatives to total commitment. The division's next deployment was Battle of the Bulge, Hitler's final offensive in the West, launched December 16, 1944. Meyer commanded reconstituted Hitlerjugend in attacks through Ardenne Forest toward Antwerp, offensive that briefly recaptured initiative before collapsing from logistical failures and Allied counterattacks. Meyer demonstrated his tactical abilities remained intact, leading successful attacks against surprised American forces and maintaining unit cohesion when offensive failed. But the operational situation was hopeless. German forces lacked fuel and ammunition to sustain offensive, and Allied material superiority eventually overwhelmed German tactical advantages. The offensive failed completely by January 1945, with German forces retreating back to starting positions after achieving nothing except delaying inevitable defeat slightly. Meyer's final combat operations occurred in Hungary and Austria, defending against Soviet offensive in early 1945. The Hitlerjugend division deployed east to participate in Germany's last major offensive operations around Lake Balaton in March, attempting to protect Hungarian oil fields Germany desperately needed. The offensive failed within days, and Meyer spent war's final weeks conducting fighting withdrawals as Soviet forces overwhelmed German defenses. He surrendered to American forces in Austria in May 1945, ending his combat career. He'd survived 5 years of continuous warfare, fought across Poland, France, Balkans, Russia, and back to Germany, earned Germany's highest decorations, and commanded from platoon through division level. But survival meant facing consequences for crimes committed during that service, and Canadian investigators had ensured those consequences were inevitable. The initial interrogations occurred in American custody during summer 1945. Meyer refused discussing war crimes, claiming he was a soldier who'd followed orders and known nothing about atrocities. American interrogators were primarily interested in military information rather than war crimes evidence, so Meyer's evasions were largely successful initially. But Canadian investigators were searching specifically for Meyer, knowing his command responsibility for murders documented at Ardenne Abbey and elsewhere. They tracked him through prisoner of war system, eventually locating him in British custody. On September 4, 1945, British military police arrested Meyer specifically for war crimes investigation. His combat career had ended in May, but his legal ordeal was just beginning. The transfer to Canadian custody occurred in fall 1945, with Meyer moved to detention facility where investigators could question him extensively. He maintained consistent position. He was a professional soldier, knew nothing about prisoner executions, believed his subordinates had followed Geneva Conventions, and suggested any atrocities were isolated incidents by soldiers acting without authorization. This defense was legally problematic because command responsibility doctrine held commanders accountable for subordinates' crimes that commander knew or should have known about. The executions occurred near Meyer's headquarters, during his command, across his entire sector. Claims of ignorance were implausible, and prosecutors had evidence contradicting Meyer's assertions. The psychological profile that emerged from interrogations depicted Meyer as intelligent, charismatic, and fundamentally dishonest regarding his criminal conduct. He engaged interrogators on tactical discussions enthusiastically, describing operations in detail and demonstrating professional competence. But when questioning turned to atrocities, Meyer became evasive, denied knowledge, and suggested investigators were misinterpreting evidence. The interrogators concluded Meyer was attempting to separate his military reputation from his criminal conduct, maintaining self-image as honorable soldier while avoiding accountability for murders committed under his command. This compartmentalization, simultaneously taking credit for military success while denying responsibility for criminal conduct, would characterize Meyer's defense throughout legal proceedings. The evidence accumulation continued through fall 1945 as prosecutors prepared for trial. They had forensic evidence from execution sites, survivor testimony from Canadian soldiers who witnessed murders, captured German documents establishing Meyer's command presence, and command responsibility doctrine that held senior officers accountable for subordinates' systematic crimes. The case appeared overwhelming from prosecution perspective, but Meyer's defense would argue that command during combat was chaotic, that he couldn't monitor every subordinate's actions, and that no evidence proved he personally ordered executions. The trial would determine whether command responsibility extended to systemic crimes that commander should have known about, even if he didn't directly order them. Meyer's fate and precedent for future war crimes prosecutions would depend on how Canadian military court answered that question. The preparation for trial occurred during period when international community was establishing legal framework for prosecuting Nazi crimes. The Nuremberg trials were beginning, establishing precedents about command responsibility, crimes against humanity, and aggressive war. Meyer's trial would occur in this broader context, applying principles being developed internationally to specific case of SS commander whose tactical brilliance couldn't erase moral guilt. The prosecutors understood Meyer's case would set precedents affecting future prosecutions. That conviction would establish command responsibility principles, while acquittal would suggest elite tactical commanders could avoid accountability for subordinates' crimes. The stakes extended beyond Meyer's individual guilt to fundamental questions about military responsibility and limits of following orders defense. Meyer awaited trial in detention, understanding that evidence against him was substantial, but apparently confident his defense would succeed. He'd survived 5 years of combat, defeated Allied offensives repeatedly, earned Germany's highest decorations, and commanded thousands of soldiers who'd idolized him. Perhaps he believed his military reputation would protect him legally, that courts would acknowledge combat's chaos and accept his claims of ignorance. Or perhaps he simply couldn't conceive of himself as criminal, having internalized Nazi ideology so thoroughly that he genuinely believed his actions were justified by existential struggle Germany faced. Either way, Meyer entered his trial projecting confidence that evidence against him couldn't overcome his self-perception as honorable soldier who'd done his duty under impossible circumstances. The trial would determine whether Canadian military court accepted that self-assessment or held him responsible for crimes committed under his command, regardless of his tactical brilliance or personal courage. December 10th, 1945. The courtroom in Aurich, Germany, fell silent as Kurt Meyer entered wearing SS uniform, stripped of insignia and decorations. 5 months earlier, he'd commanded division in combat. Now he stood accused of war crimes before Canadian military court convened specifically to judge him. The charges were precise: responsibility for the murders of 41 Canadian prisoners of war at multiple locations in Normandy during June and July 1944. The 41 represented sample of documented murders. Prosecutors possessed evidence of over 150 victims, but selected representative cases for trial efficiency. Meyer sat at defense table flanked by his attorneys, German military lawyers assisted by Canadian Defense Counsel, ensuring procedural fairness. Across the courtroom sat prosecutors from Canadian Judge Advocate General's office, their case files containing forensic evidence, witness testimony, and captured documents they believed proved Meyer's guilt beyond reasonable doubt. The trial would last 18 days, hear from 50 witnesses, and establish legal precedents regarding command responsibility that would influence military justice for decades. The prosecution's opening statement laid out systematic case against Meyer. They described Hitlerjugend division's arrival in Normandy, the battles around Caen where Canadian soldiers were captured, and the subsequent murders at multiple locations. They presented organizational chart showing Meyer's command position, first as regimental commander, then as division commander, establishing his authority over units that committed crimes. They described execution sites, particularly Ardenne Abbey, where Meyer's headquarters overlooked garden containing bodies of murdered Canadians. The prosecutors argued that systematic pattern of executions across Meyer's command proved either that he'd ordered them directly or created climate where subordinates believed such actions were authorized under command responsibility doctrine. Both scenarios established guilt. The prosecutor's presentation was methodical, building from individual murders to pattern that implicated Meyer inescapably. The forensic evidence was overwhelming and disturbing. Prosecutors presented photographs of execution sites showing bodies with hands bound, single bullet wounds to heads, hasty burial indicating concealment efforts. Medical examiners testified about wound patterns consistent with execution rather than combat death. Ballistic evidence matched bullets to German weapons. The forensic testimony established beyond dispute that Canadian soldiers had been murdered after capture, ruling out defense arguments that deaths resulted from combat operations. The photographs circulated among court members were graphic, showing young soldiers killed at close range while restrained. The emotional impact was calculated and effective, making abstract legal concepts viscerally real through visual evidence of crime's brutality. Survivor testimony provided human dimension to forensic evidence. Canadian soldiers who'd escaped execution described being captured, marched toward German rear areas, and seeing other prisoners shot. Private William Nicol testified about being captured June 7th near Orthy, seeing comrades shot individually while he survived by pretending to be dead after being wounded. Major Hume testified about discovering bodies at Ardenne Abbey, identifying victims as soldiers from his regiment. The testimony was emotionally powerful, describing young soldiers murdered after surrendering in good faith, expecting treatment according to Geneva Conventions. Defense attorneys cross-examined aggressively, suggesting survivors couldn't identify German units definitively or that chaos of combat made observations unreliable. But cumulative effect of multiple witnesses describing similar patterns was devastating to Meyer's defense. The German witnesses presented complex picture of command during Normandy fighting. Several testified that Meyer was constantly at forward positions, engaged in tactical operations, and couldn't monitor rear area activities. Others described the chaos of combat against overwhelming Allied forces, suggesting systematic supervision was impossible under such conditions. These witnesses aimed to establish that Meyer was tactical commander fighting desperate defensive battle, not operational commander who could monitor subordinates' treatment of prisoners. The testimony was partially effective, demonstrating that Meyer's command style emphasized forward presence over rear area administration. But prosecutors countered that this command style, while perhaps tactically effective, didn't excuse Meyer from command responsibility for crimes occurring under his authority. Meyer's own testimony was critical juncture in trial. He testified for several days, describing his military career, Normandy operations, and command responsibilities. He presented himself as professional soldier, focused on tactical operations, who'd known nothing about prisoner executions until accused after war. He described forward command style, argued that prisoner handling was responsibility of specific units rather than regimental or division commander, and suggested that any executions were isolated incidents by soldiers acting without authorization. Meyer's testimony was confident and detailed regarding tactical operations, but became evasive when prosecutors questioned him about specific execution sites. He claimed no knowledge of murders at Ardenne Abbey, despite his headquarters' proximity. He insisted he'd never ordered prisoners executed and had issued no statements that subordinates might interpret as authorization for such actions. The prosecution's cross-examination of Meyer was devastating. Prosecutors established that Ardenne Abbey was Meyer's headquarters June 7th through early July, during period when multiple Canadian soldiers were murdered in the Abbey garden. They presented intercepted German communications showing Meyer present at the location when executions likely occurred. They questioned how Meyer could be unaware of systematic murders occurring within 200 meters of his command post. Meyer maintained he'd been constantly at forward positions, but prosecutors demonstrated periods when he was at headquarters according to German records. The cross-examination revealed contradictions between Meyer's testimony and documentary evidence, undermining his credibility regarding claimed ignorance of crimes. The command responsibility doctrine was central legal issue in trial. Prosecutors argued that commanders bore responsibility for subordinates' criminal conduct when crimes were systematic rather than isolated, when commander knew or should have known crimes were occurring, and when commander failed to prevent or punish criminal conduct. They cited precedents from earlier war crimes trials, establishing that ignorance wasn't defense when crimes occurred systematically under commander's authority. Meyer's defense attorneys argued that command responsibility required proof that Meyer knew about specific crimes or ordered them directly, that chaotic combat conditions made general supervision impossible, and that holding commanders responsible for every subordinate's action would make command impossible. The legal argument reflected fundamental tension between military necessity and criminal accountability, between acknowledging combat's chaos and holding commanders responsible for their organization's conduct. The defense presented character witnesses attempting to establish Meyer as honorable soldier who wouldn't have countenanced war crimes. Several German officers testified about Meyer's leadership, tactical ability, and concern for his soldiers. Interestingly, several Canadian prisoners testified for the defense, describing instances where Meyer or his subordinates had treated prisoners correctly. These witnesses established that not all prisoners were executed, but Meyer's forces sometimes followed Geneva Conventions, suggesting that executions weren't systematic policy but isolated incidents. This testimony was designed to create reasonable doubt about whether Meyer had ordered or authorized executions, portraying him as commander who normally followed rules of warfare and shouldn't be held responsible for subordinates' isolated violations. The prosecution's rebuttal was systematic. They demonstrated that execution pattern was too consistent and widespread to be isolated incidents. They showed that executions occurred across entire regimental and divisional sectors. Meyer commanded at multiple locations over extended period. They argued that such systematic pattern proved either direct orders from Meyer or command climate he'd created, where subordinates believed executions were authorized. Prosecutors presented Meyer's earlier statements from interrogations where he'd made comments about harsh treatment of partisans and enemies, suggesting his rhetoric might have created climate where subordinates believed killing prisoners was acceptable. The cumulative evidence suggested Meyer bore responsibility either through direct orders, through creating climate that enabled crimes, or through failure to prevent and punish crimes he should have known about. The closing arguments occurred December 27th, after 17 days of testimony and evidence presentation. Prosecutors summarized their case methodically: systematic pattern of executions, Meyer's command position, his presence at locations where crimes occurred, his failure to prevent or punish criminal conduct, and command responsibility doctrine that held him accountable regardless of whether he personally pulled triggers. They argued that Meyer's tactical brilliance and personal courage were irrelevant to legal questions, that effective commanders were still accountable for crimes committed under their authority. Defense attorneys argued that evidence didn't prove Meyer ordered executions, that combat conditions made comprehensive supervision impossible, and that command responsibility shouldn't extend to isolated actions by individual subordinates. They portrayed Meyer as scapegoat being held responsible for chaotic combat operations beyond any individual's control. The verdict came December 28, 1945. The court found Meyer guilty of responsibility for inciting troops to deny quarter to prisoners, but not guilty of personally ordering specific murders. This split verdict reflected court's conclusion that while direct evidence of Meyer ordering executions was insufficient, his command climate and failure to prevent systematic crimes established criminal responsibility. The sentence was death by firing squad. Meyer received the verdict stoically, apparently having expected conviction given evidence presented. His attorneys immediately began preparing appeals, arguing that sentence was excessive, that precedents from other trials suggested lesser sentences for similar conduct, and that Meyer's youth and combat record should mitigate punishment. The international reaction to Meyer's trial and conviction was mixed. Allied nations generally supported the verdict, viewing it as appropriate accountability for systematic war crimes. German public opinion was divided, with some accepting that war crimes required punishment, while others viewed Meyer as honorable soldier, being scapegoated for Germany's defeat. Legal scholars debated command responsibility doctrine, with some arguing the trial established appropriate precedents, while others worried that holding commanders responsible for subordinates' crimes might inhibit effective military command. The trial occurred during a period when Nuremberg trials were establishing broader legal frameworks for prosecuting Nazi crimes, and Meyer's case contributed to developing understanding of command responsibility in international law. The appeals process extended through early 1946, as Meyer's defense attorneys challenged conviction and sentence. They argued that evidence was insufficient to prove Meyer knew about executions, that command responsibility doctrine was being applied too broadly, and that death sentence was disproportionate to Meyer's culpability. The appeals were unsuccessful in overturning conviction, but succeeded in generating controversy about appropriate punishment. Senior Allied military officers, including some Canadians, expressed concerns that death sentence might be excessive given Meyer's age and combat record. These concerns would ultimately result in sentence commutation, though that decision remained months away as Meyer awaited execution in winter 1946. Meyer's confinement while awaiting execution revealed his psychological state. He maintained to fellow prisoners that he'd been convicted unjustly, that he was a professional soldier being punished for doing his duty, and that evidence didn't prove his guilt. He expressed no remorse for murdered Canadian soldiers, apparently viewing his conviction as political rather than legal judgment. He wrote letters to family describing trial as victor's justice, claiming he was being scapegoated for Germany's crimes generally. This lack of remorse, this apparent inability to acknowledge moral responsibility for crimes committed under his command, suggested either that Meyer genuinely believed he was innocent, or that he'd internalized Nazi ideology so completely that he couldn't recognize his actions as criminal. Either explanation was disturbing, suggesting that even facing execution, Meyer couldn't or wouldn't confront his moral guilt. The trial's historical significance extended beyond Meyer's individual case. It established precedents regarding command responsibility that would influence military justice internationally. It demonstrated that tactical effectiveness didn't excuse war crimes, that commanders were accountable for their organization's conduct regardless of personal heroism. It created record of Waffen-SS atrocities that contradicted post-war German narratives portraying the organization as honorable military formation. The trial was imperfect, limited to specific charges, rather than comprehensively addressing Meyer's conduct across entire war, but it achieved important purposes of establishing accountability, creating historical record, and demonstrating that military necessity didn't override laws of warfare. Meyer's conviction proved that brilliant tacticians could be war criminals, that military excellence and moral failure could coexist in single individual, and that legal systems could hold such individuals accountable despite their tactical achievements. January 14th, 1946. Kurt Meyer's death row cell in British military prison, awaiting execution scheduled for February. Then a reprieve arrived. Major General Christopher Vokes, Canadian Division Commander, reviewed the trial record and recommended commuting Meyer's death sentence to life imprisonment. Vokes's reasoning combined legal analysis and practical considerations. The evidence had proven command responsibility, but not direct orders to execute prisoners. Meyer's age, 35 years old, and potential for rehabilitation suggested death penalty was unnecessary. Most importantly, setting precedent that effective enemy commanders would face execution might discourage future surrenders and make warfare more brutal. The commutation was controversial, angering Canadian families of murdered soldiers who believed Meyer deserved execution. But military and political authorities accepted Vokes's recommendation, transforming Meyer's sentence from death to life imprisonment. He would live, confined but alive, his military career ended, but his physical existence preserved. The imprisonment years revealed Meyer's continued adherence to narratives that minimized his guilt. He was transferred to World Prison in Germany, facility holding convicted Nazi war criminals serving various sentences. Meyer maintained relationships with other SS prisoners, forming community that reinforced shared beliefs about their innocence and victim status. They portrayed themselves as soldiers who'd followed orders, as scapegoats for Germany's defeat, as victims of victors' justice rather than criminals receiving deserved punishment. Meyer participated in this collective self-justification, writing letters describing his conviction as unjust and maintaining he'd known nothing about prisoner executions. This consistent denial, maintained across years of confinement, suggested either genuine belief in his innocence or such thorough internalization of justifying narratives that he couldn't distinguish between legal guilt and moral responsibility. The sentence reductions began in 1951, when Meyer's life sentence was reduced to 14 years by Review Board examining war crime sentences generally. The board concluded that Meyer's culpability, while established legally, was less severe than commanders who'd ordered atrocities directly, rather than creating climate where they occurred. The reduction reflected broader trend toward leniency regarding war criminals, as Cold War tensions made West Germany important ally against Soviet Union. Former enemies needed transformation into allies, and continuing to imprison German soldiers for wartime conduct complicated that political objective. Meyer benefited from this geopolitical shift. His sentence progressively reduced not because evidence had changed, but because political context made maintaining harsh punishment inconvenient. Meyer's release came September 7, 1954, after serving 9 years of his original life sentence. He was 43 years old, having spent his mid-30s through early 40s in confinement. The release was controversial in Canada, where families of murdered soldiers protested that Meyer was being freed despite his crimes. Veterans organizations expressed outrage that convicted war criminal was returning to society after serving less than 10 years for murders of over 150 Canadian soldiers. But West German government and Allied authorities determined that continued imprisonment served no purpose, that Meyer had been sufficiently punished, and that clemency was appropriate given his age at time of crimes and years already served. Meyer walked free in September 1954, legally forgiven though morally unrepentant. The post-release years demonstrated Meyer's continued identification with SS and refusal to acknowledge moral guilt. He found employment through contacts in former SS networks, organizations that assisted veterans in finding work and maintaining community. He was eventually hired as employee of West German Bundestag representative, working for government despite being convicted war criminal. This employment was controversial, revealing how former Nazis had successfully integrated into West German society and power structures. Meyer used his position and connections to support Waffen-SS, Mutual Help Association of former Waffen-SS members, organization dedicated to rehabilitating Waffen-SS reputation and portraying them as honorable soldiers rather than criminal organization. The publication of Meyer's memoirs in 1956 was a calculated rehabilitation effort. Grenadier presented Meyer as professional soldier, focused on military operations, minimizing ideological content and completely omitting war crimes for which he'd been convicted. The book described tactical operations, praised subordinates' courage, and portrayed Waffen-SS as elite military formation comparable to any army's best units. Meyer's narrative ignored prisoner executions, avoided discussing Nazi ideology, and presented himself as soldier who'd done his duty honorably under impossible circumstances. The book became bestseller in Germany, appealing to readers seeking narratives that allowed them to remember Wehrmacht and SS service as honorable, despite Germany's criminal conduct. Meyer's success in reshaping his public image demonstrated how effectively war criminals could rehabilitate themselves through selective memory and sympathetic audiences. The High Hag's use of Meyer as spokesman revealed organization's broader agenda. They promoted narrative that Waffen-SS were soldiers like any others, that their designation as criminal organization at Nuremberg was unjust political judgment, and that SS veterans deserved same recognition as Wehrmacht veterans. Meyer was ideal spokesman for this narrative, decorated war hero, tactical genius, youngest division commander, and someone whose combat record was undeniable, regardless of his crimes. High Hag publications featured Meyer prominently, used his story to argue that SS soldiers were honorable despite serving criminal regime, and lobbied for legal recognition of SS service as equivalent to Wehrmacht service for pension and benefit purposes. Meyer's participation in this effort demonstrated he remained ideologically aligned with SS worldview, viewing his organization as misunderstood warriors rather than willing participants in genocide and war crimes. The broader context of Meyer's post-war life revealed how successfully former Nazis reintegrated into West German society. Despite being convicted war criminal, Meyer lived openly, worked for government, published memoirs, and associated with other former SS officers without significant social sanction. West Germany needed incorporating former soldiers into society and military, and this political necessity meant forgiving or ignoring criminal pasts. Meyer benefited from this social amnesia, living comfortably while victims' families in Canada continued grieving sons and brothers his organization had murdered. The contrast between Meyer's comfortable post-war life and the permanent loss experienced by his victims' families revealed justice's limitations and geopolitical expediencies triumph over moral accountability. Meyer's death came December 23, 1961, his 51st birthday. He died of heart attack, apparently suddenly, having lived 16 years after release from prison. His funeral was attended by former SS comrades and WWII members, ceremony that celebrated his military service while ignoring his criminal conduct. Obituaries in German newspapers emphasized his tactical brilliance, his youngest general status, and his service, treating war crimes conviction as unfortunate addendum rather than defining characteristic. The funeral and obituaries revealed how successfully Meyer and other former SS officers had rehabilitated their reputations, transforming from convicted war criminals into honored veterans through selective memory and willing forgetfulness. The historical legacy Meyer left is deeply contested. Military historians study his tactical operations as examples of effective defensive warfare and mobile defense doctrine. His battles around Caen are analyzed in military academies as demonstrations of how inferior forces can temporarily defeat numerically superior enemies through superior tactics and aggressive leadership. From purely military perspective, Meyer was an exceptional commander whose operations deserve study regardless of his moral character. But this military excellence coexisted with systematic war crimes that killed hundreds of prisoners and civilians. Any complete assessment of Meyer must acknowledge both dimensions. He was brilliant tactician and war criminal, effective commander and moral monster, both simultaneously and inseparably. The debate over whether Meyer should be studied militarily or condemned morally presents false dichotomy. He should be both studied and condemned, his tactical abilities acknowledged while his crimes are never forgotten or minimized. Military effectiveness doesn't erase moral guilt, and moral guilt doesn't eliminate tactical lessons that can be learned from studying his operations. The challenge for historians and military professionals is holding both truths simultaneously, that Meyer's defense of Caen offers valuable tactical lessons, while his treatment of prisoners represents criminal conduct that no military necessity justified. Failing to study his tactics wastes educational opportunities. Studying his tactics without acknowledging his crimes dishonors his victims and suggests that effectiveness excuses criminality. The legal questions Meyer's case raised remain relevant. Command responsibility doctrine continues evolving, with international courts addressing when commanders bear responsibility for subordinates' crimes. Meyer's conviction established precedent that commanders are accountable when crimes are systematic, when commanders knew or should have known about them, and when commanders failed to prevent or punish criminal conduct. These principles guide modern military justice and international humanitarian law, making Meyer's case historically important beyond his individual guilt. The trial demonstrated that following orders isn't defense, that command includes responsibility for subordinates' conduct, and that effectiveness in combat doesn't shield commanders from accountability for crimes committed under their authority. The moral dimensions of Meyer's case extend beyond legal questions to fundamental issues about human nature and evil. Meyer wasn't a psychopathic monster, but apparently normal individual who committed extraordinary crimes through combination of ideological indoctrination, institutional culture, and situational pressures. His case demonstrates that ordinary people can become mass murderers when ideology redefines morality, when institutions reward criminality, and when situations normalize atrocity. Understanding Meyer requires understanding how Nazi Germany created thousands of officers like him, competent professionals who implemented criminal policies without apparent moral qualms, who viewed war crimes as legitimate military operations, who maintained self-image as honorable soldiers while presiding over systematic murder. The question whether Meyer achieved redemption through imprisonment and post-war conduct admits no positive answer. Redemption requires acknowledgement of guilt, genuine remorse, and efforts to make amends. Meyer demonstrated none of these. He maintained innocence despite overwhelming evidence, expressed no remorse for murdered Canadian soldiers, and spent post-war years rehabilitating SS reputation rather than acknowledging its crimes. He died unrepentant, apparently believing to the end that he'd been unjustly convicted for doing his duty. This lack of redemption makes his case particularly disturbing. Here was someone capable of exceptional military achievement, who apparently lacked moral capacity to recognize his crimes or feel guilt for victims whose deaths he'd facilitated. The impact on Meyer's victims and their families extended across generations. Canadian families lost sons, brothers, fathers, husbands to murders that violated every convention of warfare. They learned their loved ones had been executed after surrendering in good faith, trusting that Geneva Conventions would protect them. They watched Meyer receive relatively lenient sentence, then be released after 9 years, then live comfortably in Germany while they continued grieving. The family's anger at Meyer's sentence commutation and early release was entirely justified. They'd been promised justice, but received what seemed like mercy extended to murderer while victims remained permanently dead. The family's suffering reminds us that war crimes have human costs that extend far beyond battlefield, creating grief and anger that persist generations beyond events themselves. The Canadian perspective on Meyer remains overwhelmingly negative, appropriately so. In Canada, Meyer is remembered as war criminal who murdered Canadian soldiers, not as tactical genius who fought brilliantly. Canadian military history acknowledges his effectiveness while emphasizing his criminality, ensuring that new generations understand that military competence doesn't excuse moral failure. Canadian war museums display evidence from Meyer's trial, ensuring his crimes are documented and remembered. This Canadian memory serves important function. It honors victims by refusing to allow their murderers rehabilitation. It demonstrates that effectiveness doesn't excuse criminality, and it reminds military professionals that tactical success is meaningless without moral legitimacy. The German memory of Meyer is more complicated and troubling. Some Germans, particularly former SS members and their descendants, continue viewing Meyer as honorable soldier unjustly convicted. Others acknowledge his crimes while emphasizing his youth and the pressures he faced. Still others recognize him as criminal whose conviction was just and whose crimes are inexcusable, regardless of context. This divided German memory reflects broader challenges Germany faces in confronting its Nazi past, acknowledging criminality without collective guilt, learning from history without wallowing in it, and distinguishing between following orders and enthusiastic participation in crimes. Meyer's case illuminates these challenges because he represents both German military excellence and German criminal conduct, making simple moral judgments difficult for those seeking to honor military tradition while condemning Nazi crimes. The ultimate judgment on Kurt Meyer must acknowledge complexity while maintaining moral clarity. He was an exceptionally talented military commander who fought effectively against overwhelming odds. He was ideologically committed Nazi who created organizational climate where war crimes flourished. He was personally courageous leader who inspired devotion in subordinates. He was commander responsible for systematic murder of prisoners. These facts coexist uncomfortably but indisputably. Meyer's legacy is his demonstration that tactical genius and moral monstrosity can inhabit single individual, that military effectiveness doesn't indicate ethical conduct, and that brilliant commanders can be war criminals deserving condemnation despite their professional abilities. He should be studied militarily and condemned morally, his tactics analyzed and his crimes remembered, his effectiveness acknowledged and his victims honored. This dual approach, neither ignoring his competence nor excusing his criminality, represents appropriate historical judgment on one of World War II's most talented and criminal commanders. Kurt Meyer died on his 51st birthday in 1961, having survived war that killed millions, having received Germany's highest decorations, having commanded thousands of soldiers, and having been convicted of war crimes, yet released after 9 years. He lived comfortable post-war life, published successful memoirs, found employment despite criminal record, and died surrounded by former comrades who honored his service. His victims remained dead, murdered after surrendering in good faith, their families forever grieving losses caused by Meyer's organization. This contrast between Meyer's comfortable fate and his victims' permanent suffering reveals justice's limitations and demonstrates that legal accountability, while important, can never fully redress war crimes' human costs. Meyer's story is ultimately tragedy: talented individual corrupted by evil ideology, effective commander who presided over atrocities, successful soldier who failed morally, and human being who demonstrated humanity's capacity for rationalized evil. His life and crimes remind us that ordinary people can commit extraordinary crimes when ideology removes moral restraints, that military effectiveness doesn't indicate ethical behavior, and that genius in warfare can coexist with barbarism in conduct. These lessons remain relevant, making Meyer's case worthy of study despite the discomfort his dual nature creates, perhaps precisely because of that discomfort.